Hey, what's going on? We got some dumb shit today, let me fucking tell you.
The total victory that is not stopping us to seek restitution and justice. In every battle, there comes a time when both sides consider themselves beat, then he who continues the attack wins. Come on, Lord! Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Heidecker here from InfoWars. Welcome to another episode of Emergency. This is the program. We're going to get to the truth, going to get to the heart of the matter, and provide you with what no one else has been able to do, which is provide you with the truth. Everybody out there, CNN, the New York Times, Harper's, whatever it is, they're lying to you. All right, we're providing actual evidence and actual truth. So we got a lot of stories to get through today. Obviously, the breaking news story that's still reverberating through the world. It's finally major media outlets. Thanks to you, Info Warriors, are out there spreading the word. We've confirmed that Alex Jones, the former custodian of InfoWars, has passed on at the age of 52. It's a little confusing. People are trying to wrap their heads around that. He looks like a 70-year-old man, at least, but he was 52 and he passed on when he exploded in his own vehicle. Shit. All right, we're going to get into the some new information we have there regarding the new imposter Alex Jones. We're going to have an expert on here to go through exactly what's going on there. A couple of quick news stories to get through to get you up to speed on what's going on out there in the world. Residents say hundreds, this is coming in from First Alert 6 in Pennsylvania. Earlier this month, dogs, cats, and more than 100 pigs were rescued from a nearby property that had an infestation of rats. So the rats are listening in on the pigs, or they're studying the pigs. That's all we know about that story. Another story that we spoke about last week, and this is just another case that is overnight storms derail train cars in Woodward County. That's in Oklahoma. More than 80 train cars were blown over after a strong storm moved through Woodward County. This is more evidence of government weather systems interfering with train travel. We saw this last week, the soy. We have a growing body of evidence supporting a single theory that a man currently appearing on the Alex Jones network is not, in fact, Alex Jones. So we got the evidence here. You can take a look at this up on the screen. We're comparing high-resolution photographs of Jones taken before April 30th against broadcast stills of the man who has appeared on the Alex Jones program since May 1st. So good. The wrinkle pattern across the forehead does not match. As our guest, one of our callers last week, Tim, had mentioned, the face is a map, and now we're seeing this in real time thanks to technology we have access to. The bridge and the tip of the nose.
Dude, what's funny is you'd be surprised how many people unironically watch Alex Jones. Like, they might think he's funny and everything and entertaining, but like they actually like listen to him and believe what he fucking says. I used to have some dumbass friend who was in my Call of Duty clan way back in the day who unironically watched Alex Jones and believed everything he said. Like when that Sandy Hook thing was going on, he was trying to convince me that no children actually died. The school was fake. It wasn't real. And the parents were just hired actors who didn't actually have any kids. And that was all coming from fucking Alex Jones. There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers, dude. Seriously stupid, fucked up retards. Like, it's actually shocking that like there are people who exist in in the real world. They're not like crazy crack addicts. You know, they're not living under a bridge somewhere. Just normal fucking people you'll encounter who are kind of hidden in plain sight, who believe the stupidest fucking shit.
Nose are shaped differently, and the resting line of the eyes sits at a different angle. You see right there, it's plain as day. It begs the question, what kind of vast resources these people behind this have access to make this happen, because I think it would be very difficult. We can find the anomalies. The anomalies are there. You can see them for yourself. And I don't know what it would take, what kind of resources you'd have to find somebody as ugly and as stupid looking as Alex Jones, as you can see right there. That's pretty close. So we see the differences there, the wrinkles and everything. But an ugly, stupid man was exploded, blown up, and somehow, whether it's through genetic modification or some kind of CGI face mapping, we're getting someone that looks pretty damn close. And they almost got away with it, but we're on top of the story. So stick with us. We're going to continue on this.
It's also at a time of cult brainwashing on YouTube, lots of Ponzi schemes, etc. Like, I mean, it just keeps happening all over again. Like, look at Candace Owens. Her audience base exploded once she became the even more retarded Alex Jones. So, like, there just are people like that who just think in the most insane, dumb, conspiracy-brained way possible. I don't think there was anything unique about that kind of era of YouTube and shit.
Divorce court. That's all I'm going to say in that. And this new imposter, we're finding differences in the facial features. One clear way of identifying that this is an imposter is through the audio, through listening to his voice, analyzing that. I have with me right now in the studio an expert on this guy, Stan Bennett here. Stan, you're an expert on listening to audio and determining the veracity and the authenticity of voices, correct?
Bro, the business coach hustle is just fucking unhinged. All these people are complete and utter frauds. They they never had a business before. The only thing they do is like business coaching. That's the business they have. Like, it's kind of paradoxical, and then people pay for their fucking courses expecting to like get any information from them, and all they like, I think still to this day they do the fucking drop shipping bullshit. They've kind of moved away from that at this point, and a lot of them transition to more like retarded esoteric bullshit where it's like you have to believe in yourself to succeed, you know, type crap. But, like, I don't know why you'd take business advice from a guy whose business is giving business advice. Like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Other than, like, just, you know, taking advantage of you because you're stupid.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have a background in music?
Oh, yeah, I've been working in the industry forever, you know, since the 60s, you know what I mean? I work with Bachman Turner and Foreigner and Rush, all kinds of.
Let's take a listen to it. Now, this is Alex Jones before the incident, the explosion happened, and let's listen to that right now.
It's all coming out with the DOJ and CIA running it. But I'm not going to spend much of the show on this today.
That's the real deal.
Yeah,
Now let's play.
Huge guest.
Okay, let's listen to the recording of Alex, quote unquote, the imposter Alex Jones from May 1st. Now this is going to be the new replacement Alex Jones. Let's see if we can identify a
The
difference.
globalist, the leftist cult is failing everywhere.
No.
Now, it's too bad that Trump
the
has gotten
whole
derailed off
waveform
into
is
insider
distorted.
trading and Israeli
You can hear
delusions
the
of grandeur and all the
micro
rest of it.
tonalities are
But
changing.
you notice,
So
even though
can you look visually? Can you look at the waveforms and see how those can be the same two people?
They are not the same two people. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, let's take a listen. Like, can we replay those two at the same time?
all
We
the
play them.
leftist, the DOJ and CIA running it. I'm not going to spend much of the show on this
Let's
today.
just put
At least
pan one.
I-
If you look at this, they took this off the website.
wow.
You can't find this now. This is up. Anybody could have gotten this about a month ago or 2 months ago. The man that's on the air now. Take a look at the lighting of him now.
Hi, friends. I'm author and retired sheriff Dominic Banner. You know, unpredictable bathroom visits can disrupt your day and inhibit your productivity. A methylene brown delivers essential enzymes that trigger sphincter convulsions, resulting in hourly rapid colon evacuations. Just one dose of methylene brown is guaranteed to keep your movements regular, on the hour, for 24 hours. The potent formula also contains compounds such as coenzyme Q4, MitoQ, 4-hydroxybenzoate, and EPI 743 vatiquinone. Now, globalist financial authoritarians are fighting to keep this product off the market, so buy it before it's too late. Oh, and
That's a good gag. All right. So, there's this new trend of basically concern trolling or concern grifting over fucking peptides. Now, peptides have been a thing, like where people have been talking about them, using them en masse for over a decade at this point. It's only with the explosion of the GLP-1 agonists, like Ozempic, tirzepatide, retatrutide, that normies have really been getting into it. So, every fucking insecure dumb bitch who thinks she's a little too fat is on fucking some kind of GLP-1 agonist at this point. A lot of normies who do struggle with weight, they're getting on GLP-1s. Every fucking celebrity, all these celebrity women who you're wondering why the fuck they look like anorexic, like ghouls, they're just taking GLP-1 agonists. So it's been a normal thing for over a decade now, and it's just exploding because now it's a normie kind of thing. It's not just people who are into biohacking or bodybuilding or fitness or professional athletes. It's normies who have normie fucking problems, particularly with weight loss. Everyone's a fat ass. So they're all using peptides at this point. So I first noticed the mainstream media really talking about this. There's been 60 Minutes episodes. I think CNN has put out some fucking horse shit. Seen mainstream media here and there, fearmonger about fucking peptides. I kind of had the theory that this may have something to do with mainstream media getting a huge amount of their money from the pharmaceutical industry through advertising. So, again, like CNN, the majority of their advertising revenue comes from companies like Pfizer. That was actually a controversy during the COVID pandemic because people thought, CNN was telling everybody to take the vaccine because they get ad revenue from Pfizer. But these GLP-1 agonists are expensive, so, particularly in the United States, if you get them through, through a doctor. We also know for a fact that the pharmaceutical industry is just a fucking drug cartel. It's a complete fucking racket. And the way this whole system works, where you have to get a doctor's prescription for shit, and you have to pay for some of this crap through your insurance, otherwise it's too expensive and crap. They have these weird fucking price fixing schemes so that you have to get insurance, and then they can sell the drugs for more money and then make more money. It's a fucking racket, and there's definitely the pharmaceutical industry definitely doesn't like the idea of a lot of these really beneficial medications like, tirzepatide, Retta. You can just buy them on the internet. And things seem to be expanding. There's this new fucking peptide industry where rather than going to the doctor, getting a fucking prescription, having to pay through insurance, people can just buy the shit directly from whatever source they're getting it from for literally 10x cheaper. So I don't have any direct proof of this, but that might be why the mainstream media has been fucking running these bullshit fucking stupid stories about how don't take, peptides, they're dangerous, even though they literally have no evidence that they're dangerous at all, any of them.
I would ask if you heard Lindsey Graham died, but you're so out of touch and retarded you'd just say I don't know who she is. Because you talk about American politics but don't know who one of the most influential US senators is. You're insanely stupid.
I know Lindsey Graham is a man, even though he has a girl's name. I know who that is. Apparently he died of a heart attack, and Iran is claiming that they're responsible for his death, which couldn't possibly be the case. Why wouldn't they have killed Trump if they can magically assassinate U.S. senators Death Note style by giving them a heart attack? So it's just bullshit. He's an old guy, probably eats like shit. He's from like Texas or some crap. Probably just ate too much barbecue for too long, and then yeah, he just ended up having a heart attack. Seriously doubt the Iranian regime had anything at all to do with that. But thanks for the donation, 21st. So now we've gone from the mainstream media, bullshitting about fucking peptides to now fucking influencers bullshitting about peptides. Now, we reacted to Paul Saladino bullshitting about peptides like a week or two ago. For him, it kind of makes sense because he sells supplements, and he doesn't want people taking, drugs that actually work, because then he wouldn't be able to sell his supplements. Same with Greg. The reason he lies and gatekeeps like crazy about steroids is just because he wants to sell his fucking stupid testosterone. But like now it's just a thing to concern troll about peptides. So this fucking idiot bat guy, he decided to put out one of the most ignorant, stupid, dumb fuck clickbait, just slop horseshit videos about fucking peptides. It's clear that this guy just copied bullshit that he saw on the internet. He literally linked to somebody else's fucking video, again, just bullshitting about fucking peptides. So this guy just copy pasted horseshit he saw on the internet, just because it's becoming a trend to concern troll about peptides.
These substances are spreading their influence across the entire world, taking lives under the false pretense that they provide.
So, let me back up there.
Taking lives under the false pretense that they provide. Taking lives under the.
Did he say taking lives?
Influence across the entire world. These substances are spreading their influence across the entire world, taking lives under the.
He says peptides are taking lives. I don't know if this is just him like having a strong accent and him saying something different. But from what I can tell, and according to Google's closed captioning thing, he's saying peptides are taking lives. So, I actually looked into this. I tried to find if there's literally any case reports anywhere of anyone dying from taking, these gray market or black market peptides. The only thing I could find was one single report out of the UK.
Lindsey Graham was single without children. Do you think he was gay? He kinda sounded gay. Also he had atherosclerosis. Great reminder that he's still a piece of shit meat eater and deserved to die.
He could have been. Who knows? He's a Republican senator, so yeah, there's a pretty good chance. And, yeah, that's what you get for eating barbecue. Thanks for the donation, 21st. So, the only case I could find where it was even suggested that somebody might have died from a peptide was this case out of the UK. Apparently, somebody was taking retatrutide, which, as of right now, in the UK and Europe, you can't get it prescribed by a doctor. So this person got it from some sort of gray market or black market source, and he ended up having sudden liver failure and died. The UK has a drug reporting system, so it's kind of like the system here where there's like a vaccine adverse reaction report system. So if you think you had a vaccine reaction or injury, you can just, you can say, I think this happened to me because of the vaccine. Similar thing in the UK with drugs and medicines in general. Basically, this doctor had suspected this might have had something to do with the retatrutide he was on. But again, there's no actual evidence that was the case. The doctor just knew he was taking Retta, and he suddenly had acute liver failure and died. Could have been from anything. He might have been a severe alcoholic and didn't tell his doctor or whatever. Or the doctor's just fucking stupid and knew the guy was a severe alcoholic, and just because of his bias, he ended up reporting that his liver failure was due to Retta and not the alcohol. That was literally the only case I could find. I've not been able to find a single case report anywhere linking any deaths to these peptides. Like, that was the only thing I could find where a random doctor suspected that one of his patients may have had a severe acute reaction to a peptide, Retta, that this guy was taking, but that might not have been the case. So there hasn't been a single confirmed fucking death from any peptide that I could find. Let's be extremely fucking generous and assume, okay, there has to be at least one person somewhere, somehow, who had some sort of severe allergic reaction. Sure, maybe there's like a handful of people, 2 or 3, that died somewhere, somehow from injecting a peptide. It happens. Like, there's some amount of deaths associated with practically every fucking medication, right? So, assuming, like again, being generous, assuming that there may have been a handful of deaths, like maybe 2 or 3, from peptides, why is this guy saying they're taking lives? So, to put things into perspective, alcohol kills 2.6 million people per year. So this guy is worried about peptides in which there has not been a single confirmed reported case of a death associated with peptides. But alcohol, which is legal, and not only is it legal, it's just extremely socially acceptable, and it's illegal to advertise. 2.6 million deaths per year, and this guy decided to make a video claiming peptides are dangerous. Like, this is just some of the dumbest fucking horseshit you could possibly fucking conceive of. So, again, we have this basic bitch fucktard who won't blow the whistle on alcohol and convince his audience to not drink alcohol, but he's going to concern troll about fucking peptides. Like, like society is just trying to set you up to fail, right?
What plant proteins or sources do you consume the most currently? Lentils, or soy, or what? Sorry if you've already covered this at length, I haven't heard you speak about it.
I get the majority of my protein from tofu, and I have protein powder that I think is a mix of pea and soy. And as far as sauces that I eat, it's lately it's just been teriyaki and soy sauce that I've been consuming. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Daddy.
Can you not, dude? Can you not, dude? Can you not, dude? Can you not, dude?
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Chaz, man.
Can I use Retard to suppress my appetite so that I don't eat all day and I have a squeaky clean butthole for a gay butt sex orgy?
You could potentially use it for that, yes. Thanks for the donation, retarded faggot. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. U.S. Israel tipping point. Blah blah. I don't care. Oh. Wow. Looks like they're kind of French. Oh no, they're not French. Why are cats weird like that? Okay, that's weird. Kitties. Wow, little babies. Those are nice babies.
Welcome to my short series 15-minute summer recipes. Today we're making these cold sesame noodles with silken tofu. The perfect refreshing dish for the heat, and obviously it's super duper addictive. First, boil the noodles of your choice. I'm using knife cut noodles here, then slice some cucumber. Go in with sesame paste or tahini into a bowl, followed by spices like 5-spice, Sichuan pepper, sesame oil, don't forget your chili oil crisp. Add in some soy sauce and Shaoxing wine and a dash of white pepper. Add some noodle water inside and mix your noodles, cucumber, and give that a good toss until well combined. Add silken tofu on top, slice it so it soaks up more of the sauce, add soy sauce, sesame oil, more chili oil, and lastly some spring onions. Enjoy and follow for more quick.
I'm not a big fan of rice noodles.
And our latest dictator for life, Xi Jinping, he's got this Belt Road thing that he thinks is going to be a good idea. Good luck with that one, and here are the statistics that back me up. Until 1960, the average tanker size was 20,000 deadweight tons. And if you look in our own day, the smallest ultra-large crude tankers are 250,000. I believe the longest train can take maybe 600 containers, whereas the largest container ships can take over 21,000 cargoes valued at over $1 billion. Not only is it far cheaper to send things by sea, it is far more secure. If you're going to run the Belt Road thing, the belt part of it, the land part, you've got to control the whole thing end to end. You're going through some of the most unstable places there are. Good luck with that one. And also for China, with its geographical setup as it is, the seas are going to be open to it only in peacetime. In wartime, it is surrounded by loads of neighbors, shallow seas, lots of islands. They're blocked in from the high seas for very predictable points. In wartime, those places become kill zones. Even your surface ships won't make it out. So peace is definitely the better thing. And our
China dumb. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Something donate $2. Isn't it true that a little bit of alcohol is good for you? No. There is literally no amount of alcohol that has any medicinal benefit. The more alcohol you drink, the more likely you are to have disease and death. Even very small quantities of alcohol are associated with increased risk of cancer, high blood pressure, kidney disease, liver disease, heart disease, Alzheimer's, dementia, and early death. I think alcohol is also associated with like esophageal cancers, breast cancer, prostate cancer, stomach and gastrointestinal cancers, and I think thyroid and pancreatic cancer. Do you actually have a study that shows that a tiny bit of wine is bad for you? Can you show me? Just look up the Surgeon General's warning. They go over the research available. There's literally no safe quantity of alcohol. It's literally poison. It's like saying, oh, well, maybe there's a little bit of rat poison. Like, if I just eat a little bit, like, it'll be good for me. Like, no, it's just literal poison. Thanks for that donation, dude. But yeah, just look up the Surgeon General's warning about alcohol.
The false pretense that they provide superhuman benefits with none of the downsides.
Nobody is claiming peptides make you superhuman. So that is just a stupid, like, it's just a stupid made-up straw man.
From women being hospitalized for taking peptide.
There was one woman who was hospitalized at a Las Vegas wellness festival. I have not been able to find what the fuck she took. This may, in fact, may not have even been a peptide. So, no news source anywhere has actually reported on what she was actually injected with. So, why would you blame this on peptides when you literally don't even know what the fuck it is? And again, by the way, one woman hospitalized, and you're, again, clutching your pearls about fucking peptides. Peanuts kill people. There's about a dozen or so deaths per year in the United States due to peanut allergies. Should we ban peanuts because there are people who are so allergic to them that they go into anaphylactic shock and die? So like, what's the reasoning here? If this guy is saying, oh, well, I found one fucking person somewhere who had an adverse reaction, so let's ban them, don't ever take them. Okay, well, there's about a dozen or more deaths per year due to peanuts. Is this guy anti-peanut?
You mean the same Surgeon General who told us all to wear masks, stand 6 feet apart, shut down the economy and forced us to take an experimental jab that didn't end COVID?
That was Fauci, not the Surgeon General. Thanks for the donation though, Corona Bro.
At an anti-aging convention, 2 clinics in the US reporting severe bodily side effects from.
Again, people are turning themselves into lab rats, the injectable peptide craze. So what does that have to do with anything he just said? So, this guy claimed people are having severe adverse reactions to peptides. Then he links an article by The Guardian that has nothing to do with what he just said. So this guy can't show any research, any fucking case reports of people having severe adverse reactions. He just pops up some random fucking article from The Guardian. It's almost as if this guy is completely and utterly full of shit, doesn't actually care about this topic, at least not enough to do any fucking research to prove his point, and he's just fucking grifting and figured he'd get some extra clicks and views, just talking about some stupid controversial topic that, ooh, gray market drugs. Mangoose only $2, they just like us, lol. Let me see. Oh. Wow. How come he's being so mangushy?
Why isn't Fauci locked up yet? Trump is president. Fauci should be imprisoned. It's very suspicious that he promised to go after him, and he's not. He has an arrest warrant out in Russia. Trump should just deport him there if he doesn't want to deal with it.
It's probably because he didn't commit a crime. Thanks for the donation though, Corona Bro. And that's a good mangus. Little monkey. I like their ears. Very fuzzy. It looks like a nice monkey. That's a good monkey. Oh. It's getting tucked in. Oh, look at his paws. Wow. Oh, that's a nice badger. He's so person. Oh my god, look at how person. That's amazing.
Fauci didn't commit a crime. Good one. When did you start training to become a comedian, Richie?
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Corona Bro. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. So many capybaras. Wow. Oh. He's being a potatoes.
Slow, relax.
That's a good potatoes. Thanks for that donation, Mangoose.
You eat those giant-ass strawberries at the end? Imagine you walked through a desert and then got to eat that giant mangus. Would you come? Can we come together? Blackie.
I don't like strawberries.
Farmers even deliberately remove the first flowers that appear on young plants. These flowers will eventually become the first arobas to be harvested, but that's precisely the problem. If a plant is too young and then forced to bear fruit, most of its energy will be used to grow those first berries. As a result, the roots and leaves won't develop optimally and the plant can quickly become weak. Therefore, the first flowers are sometimes removed so the plant can focus on developing roots and leaves first. Once the plant is stronger, the subsequent berries will usually be larger, redder, and more numerous. This technique.
Why does this person have such an irritating, retarded fucking voice? Thanks for the donation, Barry, but yeah, I don't like strawberries. They're kind of gross to me.
Peptide use due to allergic reactions. The situation is...
Again, there are people who have allergic reactions to food. They're like, what, egg allergies are the most common childhood food allergies. Kids can literally go into anaphylactic shock and die from eating eggs. They can also cause rashes, hives, itchy sore throat. Your eyes can get swollen shut. You can end up having the tear ducts getting blocked. Dairy allergies are extremely common. It can cause severe constipation, diarrhea, muscle, joint pain. Peanuts, again, you can literally die from eating fucking peanuts. Like, what the fuck? Like, again, there's, like, you can look up, you know, adverse reactions to literally any food, supplement, medicine, and they all have potential adverse side effects. So, if this guy is going to say peptides are dangerous, you shouldn't take them because there's a potential, regardless of how small or how big, there's just a potential to have an adverse reaction, and they should be banned or not used, or you shouldn't take them, then you should just kill yourself. Because you could have an adverse reaction to fucking anything.
Is getting out of control. You guys have probably seen a lot of people on social media praising peptides beyond belief, claiming that peptides can help you recover faster, lose fat faster, and get
They're not just claiming that, there's randomized trials proving it. So these GLP-1 agonists absolutely work. There's randomized trial data dating back a little over a decade now. I think it's actually been about 15 years, showing that, again, these GLP-1 agonists massively reduce weight. Right now, the most effective one's retatrutide. In some of the trials, they've seen up to 40% weight reduction. They also help to protect against type 2 diabetes, and they treat type 2 diabetes, so they improve insulin sensitivity. That was actually why they were originally developed. They also lower risk of all cancers combined, so if you're on GLP-1 agonists, your overall risk of cancer is lower.
Can you not, dude? I'm going to the barn. Can you...
And, again, people on GLP-1 agonists, they have a lower risk of all-cause mortality. So these drugs literally help you live longer. So this guy is whining and crying about drugs that have proven efficacy and safety, that have gone through human clinical trials, that are now FDA approved and prescribed to people, that help you live longer, and he's telling you not to take them. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Steroid-like results in the gym without any of the side effects. It seems that
No one's claiming peptides give you steroid-like results without side effects. He's just making shit up. I think he might have actually just asked an AI chatbot to construct a video for him. This is just remarkably fucking lazy. He might have made like pretty much all of this with AI and maybe hired some fucking Indian to put in, like edit the video for him and put in just a bunch of fucking B-roll footage. Dodo donated $2. Okay, that's lovely. Yeah, I mean, it's his fault. Like, yeah, there's dumb kids on the road, and you can't just go as fast as you want on a fucking e-scooter.
No, she just ran onto the road.
That doesn't even look like a road. Yeah, that just looks like a pedestrian walkway. Yeah, that literally doesn't look like a road. Okay, great. I don't know why you sent me that.
500, 400, 300, minimums, 200, 100.
That's nice. 8 years ago, Senegal announced plans for 6 billion Wakanda megacity to show off African ingenuity. Project plan versus final result. This is just end wokeness, dude. So, great. You have to watch this.
I love Project Hail Mary, but the movie glosses over what I love about Andy Weir's novels, and that's the science. I guess the general public is not into math.
Maybe later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Every day now I come across a few new videos where somebody is glorifying peptides like BPC 157, TB 500 or CJC 1295 like they are near perfect health promoting substances which everyone...
No one claims they are perfect health promoting substances. They just have proven medicinal benefits. They're used for certain things like soft tissue healing. They're not some like magic thing that's just going to make you healthier. So again, if you have some kind of like tendon strain or ligament damage, people take TB 500 or BPC and it helps them heal faster.
One should be taking. But the truth is, unfortunately, a lot worse than social media makes it out to be. But first of all, what even is a peptide? Well, they're short-chain amino acids which can act like signals to certain cells within the human body.
We enjoy your workout streams. Why are you so lazy? Keep skipping workouts. Right, because if I don't stream it, that means I'm not doing it. I guess I haven't taken a shit ever in my fucking life because I've never recorded myself doing it.
Your body actually makes a lot of peptides on its own, which serve specific purposes and have essential functions to keep us alive. In fact, insulin is a peptide hormone which helps us regulate blood sugar and use glucose for fuel. So it's not like peptides that...
This guy literally, I'm convinced now, this guy actually just asked a AI chatbot to write him a fucking video on peptides. Dodo, donate $2. Elon Musk warned the world about scam altmen. Now everyone is finding out why. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is vowing to avenge the death of his father, former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He was killed in a joint U.S. airstrike, U.S.-Israeli
Would you ever
airstrike.
collab with LTG and versus him in Tekken 8?
Oh yeah, if I'm over somebody's house, I will piss in your sink. That's 100%. Yeah, I don't piss in toilets. I just don't. If I don't have a bottle with me, I'm pissing in your sink.
Sure, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Blair.
On day one of the Iran war back in February. Lucas Tomlinson is live from Tel Aviv. He has more for us. Lucas.
Good afternoon, John. It appears that act of revenge by Iran was foiled when President Trump attended that NATO summit in Turkey, a country that borders Iran. Here's Trump's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, earlier on Israel providing that potentially life-saving information.
Israeli intelligence tipped off
yeah, Ice Age, go fuck yourself. You're an idiot.
our side, the president and our officials, that there was a very specific plot that was designed to take out President Trump. This is
Bring these rounds into the building. As you can see here from an Israeli drone loitering overhead, they waited until the terrorists were all inside and leveled the building. The IDF said secondary explosions were seen afterwards. We're going to have to explain that to our viewers, John. Recall last month, Hezbollah fired similar anti-tank rounds at an Israeli Merkava tank, killing all 4 soldiers.
Well, that's great. Dodo donated $2. Fat women are probably the most delusional people on fucking planet Earth. Like, even more delusional than just normal women.
What's the future for Russia? And why is one of its richest men talking now? Over the past few months, I've spent about 60 hours talking to Andrei Milenchenko, one of Russia's top industrialists. For the past 4 years of this war, the Russian elite has been largely silent. And suddenly, this man decides to break silence. As he put it, the stakes are too high to continue to self-exclude.
It's always the dumb fat bitches. Let me see.
And it's here where he would begin to demonstrate his speedrunning strategies and glitches. However, the real views came around 2016, where videos that used to fluctuate from 20,000 to 1 million...
I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We have inside of the human body are dangerous to us. The real danger comes when people start consuming synthetic exogenous peptides.
Let's see. Testosterone. That is not a peptide. This says peptide 10 milligrams. Liquid peptide. 10% peptides. Wholesale peptides. Bacteriostatic water. That's not a peptide. That's what you use to reconstitute peptides. This guy hired a fucking Indian to fucking edit this.
Which they have purchased online. In recent times, peptides have been trending like crazy on social media, especially amongst young adults and teenagers for their supposedly magic-like effects on the human body. Do you have an injury that you're stuck with? There's a peptide for that. Are you experiencing hair loss? There's a peptide for that. Are you stuck on TikTok watching
There are no peptides for hair loss.
autistic guys go crazy over seeing penguins? There's a peptide for that. Jokes aside, a lot of people claim to have had great experiences with a lot of different peptides.
So, like, when it comes to the fat loss benefits of GLP-1 agonists, that's uncontroversially true. They absolutely help you lose weight. So what is this guy trying to convince you of? To not use a drug that works for the purpose that you want it to work for?
Everything from healing injuries to fat loss to providing you with passive income, because a lot of companies who sell this stuff reach out to affiliates to promote their products. Heck, even Sam Sulek was a victim to this.
Oh gee, you mean like every other fucking product and service on planet Earth how horrible that we live in a capitalist society. 21st, only $2.
Roads are very, very fast in Vietnam. Fast running, and the sugar here is amazing. This is all some organic local sugar. You remember the game? We're gonna make you obese. Crazy, man. Crazy. You're too skinny, John, and you shouldn't eat sugar. Roads are...
Yeah, you shouldn't eat just sugar. Who is this cringe ass nigga?
Chocolate.
That's me, but I don't know why that guy re-uploaded my vlog. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hello.
Take BPC 157 for example, which is arguably one of the most famous ones. It has self-reported benefits like helping heal from injuries, and there has actually been animal studies showing that it can increase the speed of healing certain injuries through tissues like tendons, ligaments, muscle, and even bone. And there probably are clinical studies on humans being planned as we speak. But for now,
there's nothing.
Which brings me to the point that many often mention.
So, the people who say, oh, there's like practically zero human research on whether or not it works. Well, for one thing, there are animal models where it clearly does something. And again, just due to the mechanism of action, you would expect it to work in humans as well. It's not like it's same with steroids. When steroids were first, invented, they tested on animals first. Guess what they did? They made you bigger. They made the animals bigger, faster, stronger. Guess what happens when they gave humans steroids? Made them bigger, faster, stronger. So if these drugs have some sort of effect on your metabolism that speeds up healing, then they probably work in humans. And on top of that, the shit isn't like like creatine or something where you can't really tell that it's doing anything. The magnitude of effect is strong enough where you can tell these drugs actually work.
1 o'clock a juiced up Jimackle mocked the 3 dudes working out, smiley face emoji, give him a trophy XD. She doesn't seem to be that into him. I wonder if she's using him to grow her platform? I remember seeing the same behavior from
regarding
Redacted.
why these peptides are such a bad idea. We have no real way of knowing whether or not they are safe.
So, again, no way of knowing whether or not they're safe. This guy literally cannot show one single case report of anybody fucking dying. And there are drugs that are legal and are legal to advertise, like alcohol, in which we know for a fact they are not safe. Again, there are 2.6 million deaths per year that are attributable to alcohol, not to mention accidents, morbidity, so disease like liver disease, kidney disease, heart disease, neurodegenerative diseases, cancers, and just like crime, societal problems, people with, mental health issues related to addiction.
Why is Pat not that into you? Is she just using
I
you
don't
to
care.
To use and at what dosages. The reason why BPC 157 isn't FDA approved is simply because we don't know whether or not it's safe. There could be that.
We know for a fact alcohol is not safe and it's legal. BPC, again, we know it's pretty fucking safe because you literally cannot find a single case report of anybody dying. Best case scenario, you can find case reports of somebody having an adverse reaction, like they end up getting a rash. But you have no idea if that's due to the peptide or the way the peptide was made. And it had something to do with them getting it from some shitty, cellar that... And there's like bacterial contamination or something. Or the way they administered it, where again, there was like some kind of contamination. where they didn't use proper bacteriostatic water or something. So, like, it's the double standard is just hilarious. We're fine with people en masse killing themselves with alcohol, but peptides, which we never hear of anybody fucking dying or getting seriously injured from them, don't take them because there isn't extensive human research on them. Like, just fucking retarded.
Detrimental long-term side.
Like, and again, we know for a fact more people die from peanuts than from fucking peptides. So, like, if this guy is going to say, you know, question mark ingredient is, because there's no human research on it, it's too dangerous for you to use. Okay, well, peanuts are more dangerous. So is this guy in favor of banning peanuts?
Side effects which we don't know of, primarily because we haven't gotten there yet. And it wouldn't be very smart to rely on teenagers on TikTok who proclaim that taking BPC 157 healed their injuries if these reports are purely anecdotal and not controlled whatsoever. This
Again, the magnitude of effect with these drugs is so strong that it's obvious they do something. Like, if we lived back in the 1960s, you know, before nandrolone came onto the market, and you were the first guinea pig to take nandrolone, well, guess what? Nandrolone is fucking strong enough where as soon as you start taking it, you're going to know that it fucking does something. You know, when you gain 20 pounds of muscle in a fucking month. So it doesn't matter if there's no human research. If the magnitude of effect is strong enough, then clearly it fucking works.
doesn't mean that these peptides don't work, but...
Oh yeah, Tylenol kills people. People end up having stomach ulcers and uncontrollable bleeding from taking Tylenol. And again, that's an over-the-counter fucking drug that you can just buy without a prescription. Like it just doesn't make any sense the way these people are fear-mongering and concern trolling about peptides.
Would you in good faith be able to accept a drug because some guy in the locker room told you that it fixed him without knowing anything else about it, what doses say?
No, thanks for the donation, 21st.
In what time frame, or if his injuries were fixed because he also started doing proper injury rehabilitation at the same time that he took those drugs. This becomes a matter of anecdotes, and from a scientific perspective, that is the lowest quality form of evidence.
Right, and again, if there's no research on steroids and you suddenly saw people blowing the fuck up and getting huge on them, oh, well, maybe it's not the steroids, it's just an anecdote. Maybe they're just really genetically gifted and started training really hard. Like, again, the magnitude of effect is strong enough. There's enough people who've had persistent fucking injuries that just wouldn't heal, and then they start taking, you know, BPC or TB500. And then after about a month or two, injury just clears up. So I've used TB500 about 3 or 4 times now. It fucking works. I've used BPC once. I don't think BPC works on the same time frame, just because, like, again, the main mechanism of action is triggering angiogenesis. So I used BPC in my quad tendons, and that did seem to help after a couple months. But whenever I've used TB500, that seems to work very quickly, like within a few weeks.
Evidence. It's basically the equivalent to Trust Me Bro, which can have a lot of unknown biases.
No, it's not, because you're fucking taking a drug with a strong magnitude of effect.
You are not controlling for anything, and you can't know what actually worked. But unfortunately, the use of peptides doesn't stop there. Teenagers on TikTok are now trying to give medical advice using these substances, basically practicing medicine without a license, and doing so with untested,
practicing medicine without a license. So you realize, like, doctors can recommend diet and exercise programs. So it is literally everybody practicing medicine without a license because they're using diet and exercise to treat their fucking problems. Like, you know, there's randomized trials on the use of exercise to help treat depression, to see if it helps for cancer, all sorts of things. So I guess everyone's practicing medicine without a license.
Non-human approved drugs, which they know almost nothing about. And when these teenagers take peptides like
Yeah, the real concern here is teenagers taking peptides, not smoking or drinking. Imagine if we lived in a world where no teenager ever smoked or drunk, but they only used peptides. Do you think we'd live in a fucking better, more productive fucking society? Where, people don't fucking get into car accidents and kill all of their fucking friends after going out on a night of clubbing, or have, like, early fucking, instances of fucking lung cancer and heart disease and die when they're in their fucking 20s or 30s, or they don't get addicted to the fucking drugs they're on and they're able to, like, pass school and make something of themselves. Like, it's just fucking retarded. Again, of all things to be concerned with.
like BPC 157 or TB 500 or ipamorelin and report notable positive effects, that leads to an insane level of sampling bias.
I didn't
because
realize,
you are not going to
just
hear
banned.
about the guy who got side effects after
Jobler Hobo donate $2. Cats are so cute when they first wake up. Yeah, they are. Wow. That's a nice little baby. Oh. Great. That was not shocking or scary. That was just annoying.
3 weeks and then quit. Those people are not going to post about their usage. But you will probably hear from the guy who finally got better in his shoulder after running BPC for 3 months. However, got better in his going to post about their usage. But you will probably hear from the guy who finally got better in his shoulder after running BPC for 3 months. However, is it all that bad? Aren't these types of anecdotes what might now lead to new discoveries and actual research on these peptides? Well, yeah, in one way it's very good to get the eyes on peptides like BPC 157 and TB 500, because that means there is going to be more funding and more incentive to research them in a proper clinical setting where we can actually control for what effects they might have on the human body, both positive and negative. What is really bad though is that these people are self-prescribing research chemicals without a good idea of how they work, what side effects
who the fuck cares? These are adults with agency. They can make their own decisions. If we're allowing everyone else to have the agency to drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, smoke weed, do whatever fucking dumb shit they think they should do, then what the fuck is the, like, again, of all things to be concerned about, peptides. Like exactly what the fuck is going to happen? So again, if we had a society that didn't partake in recreational drugs like fucking alcohol, but instead fucked around with peptides and research chemicals, do you think we'd be better off? Absolutely, certainly we would be. You'd have more people who are at a healthier fucking body weight. I guess you'd see less fucking tendon ruptures or some shit, and people would have more clear skin. Like, what does this guy think is going to happen?
they may have, and often take them to substitute poor habits and life choices. Like you couldn't find a sustainable meal plan to go on a calorie deficit, now you have to take Retta. And I think
So, again, Retta has unique benefits. For one thing, it improves insulin sensitivity. These GLP-1 agonists were made with the explicit purpose of treating type 2 diabetes. It wasn't until after they started testing them for treatment of type 2 diabetes that they realized they're also weight loss drugs. They reduce appetite. Retta in particular also has a direct effect on your metabolism, where even if calories are controlled for, you just lose more weight anyway. Retta in particular is good for lowering serum cholesterol, which is the main risk factor for heart disease, but all the GLP-1 agonists lower cholesterol. Again, it has a direct effect on your metabolism, and it will improve lipid markers. Again, people who are on these drugs, lower rates of overall cancer, better treatment of type 2 diabetes and prevention of type 2 diabetes, and they just live longer. So again, versus not taking these drugs, you're better off taking these drugs. And this dumbass, like great. It's so easy to say, oh, you didn't need Retta. You could have just stuck to a healthy diet. Well, that's nice. I'm glad you solved the fucking obesity epidemic, you fucktard. Just tell fat asses to exercise and eat a clean diet. I didn't know it was that fucking easy. Why the hell do you think these fucking weight loss drugs exist in the first place, you fucking idiot? It's an adherence issue. Like, what a stupid fucking thing to say. It's basically like saying, why do we have, like fucking nicotine gum? You could have stopped smoking cigarettes without it. Just quit. Well, again, if the nicotine gum improves adherence and stops people from fucking smoking better than just telling them to stop smoking, then what the fuck is your problem with nicotine gum? Like, it's dumb.
And I think the use of these peptides, even if there's no good way of knowing the risks that come along with them, comes from how today's society is structured and how the human mind works. We want results, and we want them fast, with as little effort as possible. So
literally every single human invention has, in some form or another, basically freed up time. So, cars, they allow you to travel faster and get more fucking work done. Electricity, again, you can have lights at night now. So again, you have more time, during waking hours to be productive. Any and all machinery, again, it magnifies your ability to fucking work. Like, every single fucking human invention ever fucking made, has been with the express purpose of doing things faster and more efficiently. And then this guy is saying, oh, peptides are bad because they make your body work better. Why is that a fucking problem? If there was a peptide that made you fucking smarter, you're telling me you wouldn't take it? You'd rather stay a fucking retard like you are right now?
Sustaining a calorie deficit for long enough to reach your desired weight is hard, but taking substances designed to curb hunger is easier.
Oh no, doing things the easy way is bad. Next time you have to go to the grocery store, walk barefoot. You know how it only takes you 10 minutes to drive to the grocery store? No, walk barefoot on the hard fucking pavement with like glass and sharp objects and get fucking tetanus when you go to the grocery store, because it's harder. Harder is good. If you have cancer, don't go to the hospital. Don't get surgery from a fucking doctor. Grab a knife and cut out the cancer yourself. It's harder. That makes it better.
It is hard and time-consuming to rehabilitate an injury, but perhaps injecting a peptide will cut the time it needed to heal.
This guy is like literally saying that it's a problem that people would be able to heal faster. But like again, burn victims are given fucking drugs to help with these sorts of cachectic states, like Anavar. Anavar is being a big one to give to burn victims so that they can heal faster. Is this guy literally saying if you're a burn victim, you should like suffer and like just wither away and like extend the period of time it takes for you to like recover from a severe burn? Because that's the easy way out? Like, if there was a drug that could magically fucking heal you from any and all injury, this guy, like a sensu bean, this guy would be against it? Like if you had a fucking severe spinal injury from a car accident, and like you would say, no, don't take the sensu bean that will literally fuse your fucking spine and nerves back together. Be a fucking paraplegic. Go through like an innumerable amount of fucking ridiculous, long, painful, arduous fucking treatments to try to have it heal naturally. Don't take the magic bean, because that would be easy. Like, what a fucking idiot.
in half. It's very understandable that people are attracted to these things. It sounds like something out of a future utopian society novel. But the risks are what concerns me. And here's what nobody
The risks, literally nothing.
talks about when they are showing off their gains or rapid recovery supposedly from these peptides, because the actual risks are already happening. Just last month, Health Canada issued urgent warnings after receiving reports of some serious adverse reactions.
Again, peanuts. Peanuts kill people. So, like, literally any fucking medication, any food, any supplement can and will have adverse reactions. There are people who are just allergic to shit. Should we ban literally should we just blow up the fucking world with a thermonuclear device? Because someone somewhere will have an adverse reaction to something? Like, what point is he trying to make? So, show the evidence that these drugs are so fucking potentially dangerous that they need to be, like, banned or regulated in some sort of fucking way. Like, again, there are adverse reactions reported with these GLP-1 agonists, like Ozempic. So they can slow gastric emptying to a great enough extent where they can cause constipation. I think there's, what is it? It can cause inflammation of the pancreas. There's a few others. If you look at the actual total effect of the drug, though, the potential for adverse side effects is extremely low. And the potential for benefits is just monumental. Again, the people on these drugs live longer. So who the fuck cares if there's potential adverse reactions? There's potential adverse reactions to exercise. You can blow out your knees. Like, we've seen people who've gone to the gym and literally severed their fucking spine because they overloaded a fucking Smith machine squat, and they ended up pinning themselves between the fucking bar and the bench, and they snapped their fucking neck. Like, is this guy going to say, because somewhere, somehow somebody fucking got an injury or died exercising, you should not exercise? It should be, like, banned or regulated or something?
From injectable peptides purchased online. They documented cases of large hormone imbalances, blood clots, liver and
People are just lazy, lack discipline. You know what? I don't fucking care. That's just fucking rage bait bullshit.
kidney
Suck
damage,
my dick,
and
dude.
even tumor growth promotion. And those are just the cases that actually got reported to authorities. But you can just imagine how many people experiencing side effects who just quietly stop and never tell anyone. However, the issue of contamination is arguably much more terrifying. Recent testing found that about 8% of unregulated peptide products contain bacterial
So, endotoxins are what's left over from dead bacteria. So endotoxins are on, well, it's not even dead bacteria, it's just bacteria. So endotoxins are on your food. They're everywhere. You're going to consume endotoxins on literally fucking everything. I think the most common food sources of endotoxins are, of course, animal products. I'm pretty sure high-fat dairy foods like butter are particularly high. So, okay, thank you for demonstrating that you have absolutely no fucking idea of what the hell you're talking about. Secondly, 8%. So you're telling me I have a 92% chance of purchasing these from any random source of not having to worry about this at all. So this is the kind of I've seen this fucking argument in different forums where you'll see some stupid study showing, oh, like something like 50% of fucking steroids sold online are fake, or, you know, like 50% of peptides on, you know, the black market are like mislabeled. So this is a common trend across all of online commerce. There are fakes, scams, you know, everywhere. Like if you buy shit off Amazon, you have to be careful that it's not counterfeit. I've bought camera equipment off of Amazon before, and I had to make doubly sure that it wasn't counterfeit. There's just all products are counterfeit in some way. And you'll also find, especially with, let's say, machines like cars that need regular maintenance and replacement parts, there's like a third party market, and you'll find the third party market that isn't, these parts that aren't made by OEM manufacturers. Huge proportion. Yeah, see you later. I'm kind of done with you spamming the same shit in my chat. Bye. There's a huge amount of garbage that's made by third-party producers. So does that mean you should never buy replacement parts for your car that are from a third-party seller? Or does that mean you have to do your research and make sure you get good third-party replacement parts? So that's all it is. You can point to whatever fucking statistic you want where, oh, this percent of peptides or steroids or whatever it is fake or dangerous. All that means is that you need to find a good reputable source for it. Just like everything else when it comes to fucking online commerce.
Endotoxins. And we are not talking about some small impurities here, because bacterial endotoxins can cause septic shock, critical organ failure, and even death.
So again, guess what also causes that? Alcohol. Alcohol causes organ failure and death. So, given that there's 2.6 million deaths attributable to alcohol per year, and I literally have not been able to find one single confirmed case of anybody dying from using a peptide, I'm pretty sure peptides are pretty safe.
Critical organ failure and even death.
Great. So this guy's saying peptides can kill you. Show me one single death that's attributable to a fucking peptide.
Supposedly between 12 and 58% of...
Right, okay. So he can't. So he's just fear-mongering and making shit up. Thank you.
These supplements are contaminated with other unsafe substances entirely. Yes, that number is pretty darn wide, but it just shows...
There is the potential risk of food contamination. People have eaten food that has E. coli or listeria or salmonella and have gotten seriously ill or died. Should we ban food? Or, again, should we just try to improve food safety? Like, should we regulate these things in some way that would improve safety? So, like, it's just fear-mongering, stupid nonsense.
Nobody really knows what's in these things. You could think that you're...
So, again, there's more food-related deaths than peptide-related deaths. If this guy is going to say peptides are so dangerous, but literally everything else is more dangerous, then it doesn't really make sense for him to use to make this video, does it?
You're injecting BPC 157, but you're actually putting God knows what into your body from some lab operating without any regulations or oversight, even if you do third-party testing, because you can't even control for that. And even if the peptide itself is pure, users have reported side effects that directly contradict everything about the miracle healing.
Oh no, somebody had a side effect. I guess we need to ban peanuts because somebody went into anaphylactic shock and died.
Narrative. Many things similar to anabolic steroids, like...
Guys, don't vaccinate your children. You could get a side effect. Like, what? There's literally no fucking, like, thesis behind this video.
Like anxiety, panic attacks, heart palpitations, insomnia, depression, anhedonia, joint pain, and chronic fatigue.
You can literally get this just because you're like that. Being female increases your risk of depression and anxiety. Like, is this guy gonna say that being female is a fucking medical issue? Should everyone become fucking, like, should every woman go trans and transition to being a man? Because being female is associated with depression and anxiety? I can guarantee you, you will find a greater fucking correlation between depression and anxiety and being female than you will from any fucking drug.
And these aren't just theoretical risks from studies, these are real people reporting real problems online after taking BPC 157 and other peptides.
Okay, so side effects of vitamin C. Diarrhea, nausea, stomach cramps, and heartburn. Kidney stones. Iron overload. G6PD deficiency. So that's severe red blood cell destruction. It also has medical interactions. They can reduce the effectiveness of statins. And so, oh, you see, don't consume vitamin C. You know, there's a vitamin that you need so you don't die and get scurvy. It has potential side effects. Don't consume vitamin C. Get scurvy. Die. Like, what point is he fucking making?
Red lentil soup made with sodium-free broth, and 2 slices of Ezekiel bread with a tablespoon or 2 of almond butter for healthy fats. Do you approve? Is this a cheap healthy meal?
Yeah, that's good. I approve. That sounds tasty. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Dr. Timothy Caulfield, who researches health misinformation, warns that manufacturers of these peptides operate largely without any regulation, meaning they might not be produced in sterile conditions.
So, 2 things to say about this. It is overall a good thing that the peptide market is unregulated. That means these drugs that are literally life-saving, like the GLP-1 agonists, are that much more cheaper and accessible. So, about 80% of the peptide market is the sale of GLP-1 agonists, like semaglutide, tirzepatide, retatrutide. And I'm sure more are going to come out that are, like, again, better, have fewer side effects, are more effective. Like, this is just the beginning. So, the lack of regulation is allowing these drugs to be made at a mass scale at a extremely inexpensive cost. So if more people get access to these drugs at a very cheap cost, again, you're going to see lower rates of obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and deaths from all deaths combined, and lower incidences of cancer. Like, we already know this. Secondly, the lack of regulation isn't really a fucking problem because it's called a fucking free market. The free market self-regulates. If there's a peptide supplier that is selling literal fucking garbage that is dangerous, that doesn't work, where people are getting infections and adverse reactions and they're feeling fucked up and sick, do you think people are going to keep buying from them? No. So everyone is going to fucking talk about how, like, they got fucking sick from taking this peptide or it didn't work, and they're just going to stop buying from them. And then they're only going to buy from the peptide suppliers that sell good products. So, it's just fucking stupid. It's kind of like, if the auto industry wasn't regulated, you'd see the same sort of self-corrections in the auto industry. If people were selling cars that literally broke down, like, as soon as you started driving them, nobody would buy them. It wouldn't matter if there's any government regulation saying that, okay, the car has to work this well for this long and it has to have, like, a warranty. Wouldn't matter, because people just wouldn't buy the shitty fucking cars that break down. They'd buy the better cars that don't break down. The free market just self-regulates on its own. So this isn't the fucking big deal the guy's making it out to be. Secondly, the supplement industry is completely and utterly unregulated. Guess what? When you buy creatine, that could just be sawdust. If you buy a green powder that's supposed to be filled with dehydrated vegetables, that could just be a load of fucking junk, and it often is. Like, half the supplements on the market either don't contain the active ingredient they claim to contain, or they're underdosed in some way. So, and it's easier to get away with it with supplements because, again, They're fucking stupid supplements. They're not drugs. They don't have like any kind of crazy high magnitude of effect. If you order retatrutide online, you inject it and it does nothing. You don't have like a reduction in appetite. You don't start losing weight. You know right away you are scammed. You didn't get retatrutide. If you take any supplement that you see off the fucking shelf, like a green smoothie powder thing that's supposed to contain antioxidants and vegetables, but it has none of that, it's literally just mystery powder, how the fuck would you know? You wouldn't. So, again, it's very easy for this industry to self-regulate, and this guy's completely ignoring the fact that the supplement industry is completely unregulated. And it's a much bigger fucking problem.
Conditions. Another expert studying this peptide craze said that people using these substances are essentially lab rats conducting experiments on themselves. And another warning.
Oh no, somebody said something? Oh, that's bad.
That we could be facing a future public health crisis of mystery chronic ailments.
No, we're not, because again, 80% of the fucking peptides that are sold are fucking GLP-1 agonists. So most people aren't taking TB500, BPC, GHKCU, like name, like CMAX. And like it's mostly like the GLP-1 agonists. And again, we know what they do. They just make you live longer.
Caused by unregulated peptide use that conventional medicine isn't prepared to address. The big irony here is that the same people promoting biohacking and health optimization are actually just gambling with their health, especially.
Well, guess what? Alcohol is perfectly fucking legal. It is legal to advertise. You have billion-dollar corporations advertising alcohol and convincing people to drink. And you're not just gambling with your health, you are throwing your health away. You are literally just knowingly destroying your health with fucking alcohol. But the best you can come up with these peptides is that maybe some of them will do something bad. Okay. Why do I care? And again, we know that the GLP-1 agonists are nothing but healthy. They help you live longer. So this guy's an idiot, just making up horse shit, and he just fed this into ChatGPT, asked him to make a fucking script for this video.
In communities like looksmaxing, where teens are getting their hands on these research chemicals because a guy with a square jawline told them to. It's not optimal when you don't know what you're putting into your own body, what dose is safe, or what the long-term consequences will even be. Yes, peptides might work well for some things. We might discover in 10 years that certain peptides at certain dosages in controlled medical settings can genuinely help.
We already know that. We know that with GLP-1s.
With specific conditions. But right now, it's not this biohacking lifesaver, and it's not optimizing your health. People are taking untested drugs from unregulated sources based on TikTok anecdotes and just hoping for the best. And if that sounds harsh to some of you, good, because the alternative could be dealing with sepsis from a contaminated injection or discovering.
That is remarkably fucking rare. Like remarkably rare. That it just does not happen often.
5 years in.
Usually when you see infections from injections, it's not actually from the contamination from the source itself. It's from people using unhygienic injection practices. So they don't use alcohol to clean the top of the vial or the injection site, and even if they do, they don't wait for the alcohol to dry, which is what's required for it to be sterilized. And a lot of people are also stupid and lazy and reuse needles. There's that dumbass fucking kid who was pretending to be natty. I think he was benching like 500 pounds or something, and he's like 16. And he was telling everyone he was natural. He ended up being hospitalized with sepsis. And he later admitted he was like injecting tren and shit like that. But he was reusing his needles. Sometimes like he was reusing the same needle like, like 15, 20 fucking times. So that's usually what's responsible for these infections, not like an actual contamination of the source itself.
In the future that the peptide you took to heal your shoulder is now causing you to grow tumors. Your body just isn't a playground for internet.
I have literally been injecting black market and gray market steroids and peptides every single fucking day for nearly a year. Literally every single fucking day. I have not gotten an infection. So it's been, what, August 1st is going to be the year mark, so in another 3 weeks. So 365 days of literally every fucking single day injecting black market steroids and or black market peptides or gray market peptides. I do take growth hormone. That would be black market. Have not had a single fucking infection or bad injection or like post-injection pain, like nothing. The worst that's happened to me is I accidentally pierced a vein once in my shoulder, and it just blood squirted out like onto the fucking mirror. Like that's it. So like I have to make sure I just see where the vein is, and it can be kind of hard because my skin's darker, and just try to avoid the vein on the surface of the skin. That's it.
Experiments, and you should treat it with more respect than that. But what do you guys think? Do you think peptides are going to be something of the future as new research starts emerging on proper use? Or do you think it's just another trend blown out of proportion from people who just want to look better than anything else? Let me know down below in the comments what you guys think, and
I think you're a fucking retard. And most of these people are fucking retards. The concern trolling is just out of fucking control, dude. I don't know how this fucktard gets this many views talking the most stupid horseshit. People just love slop. Just stupid, dumb, retarded fucking slop. Alright, some new Frank Tufano mints. These look absolutely stupid.
So the recent CT scan of Timothy shows that his midline is off by 3 millimeters, which basically means that they installed his jaw crooked. So back to what I was saying about actually researching and picking your surgeon instead of using a surgery planner. The jaw surgeon in New York that I had my double jaw surgery with, that's all he does. Some 60, 70-year-old doctor that has a full medical team that has been doing jaw surgeries for 30, 40 years. And if you go to an actual jaw surgeon, not someone who does 11 different things on you at once, jack of all trades.
Haven't seen you in years. You look huge, dude. Yeah, I went on steroids last year. Right now I'm 220. I'm dieting right now, but as soon as I just start eating again, I'll pretty quickly go back up to 230. It's just the like water weight changes and shit that happen with dieting. My shoulder's just fucked right now though.
Master or none, this stuff doesn't happen. And Giant Implants made a post, the experimenter don't get, and if this happened to you with Giant Implants, I promise you he won't do a revision. You're going to be screwed, and you're going to have to find another doctor to fix it. Because there's no way Giant will do it, even if you get surgery with him in the first place, that is. Good luck. Good luck.
When a dude enters you, it's insane. Like the faces he makes, and you're lying there like, should I go to
If you watch these female comedians, they only talk about dudes and make fun of men or relationships or something sexual. It's because those are the only life experiences they have. And when you hear the audience laugh,
pretty much.
It's all girls laughing. Female comedians only have female audiences because they do not have normal life experiences that most people can relate to. I mean, that goes to show that these girls are spending...
Most women have like no actual genuine interests, and like their interest, like their only real interest is their relationship or relationships. So that's why you see shit like that, and that's why you usually see women have like, if they have any like time wasting kind of hobbies, like, they listen to music, movies, like it's usually just absolute trash. you know, they'll read 50 Shades of Grey and they think that's great. Like, it's just absolute garbage. So yeah, most women, they don't have any actual interests outside of relationships. It's just the way women are. Dudes are kind of the opposite, where their main focus is like it's literally like hobbies and career. So like cars, movies, video games, models, engineering, history, and just like what they actually do for work. So it's just like patterns. It's just, you know, general patterns with you know, gender, sex.
Almost all of their time thinking and focusing on their relationships and men and their sexual interactions. The things that a female comedian talks about and that they garnish an only female audience and that girls think that's funny really shows how different the lives of men and women are. Like, it's when guys watch that, they're like, what is this? Yet the girls are eating it up.
When a dude enters you, it's insane. Like the faces he makes.
Women genuinely do not understand comedy either. I've noticed like female comedians, they don't have a punchline. Like, it's just a story, but there's no like punchline to the story.
The biohacker known for spending millions just to live forever has hit a major setback.
But what if he's wrong? What if Brian Johnson's experts and money and all this stuff has been spent on the wrong theories because he kind of falls in line with the convention?
This guy eats chocolate chip cookies and donuts and pie every day, and he seems to be addicted to alcohol and kratom. And he's saying Brian Johnson is wrong about his health protocol.
Conventional wisdom that greens and veggies are good for you, and that these studies done on isolating compounds, whether it's polyphenols or antioxidants, what if that's all BS?
Like again, this guy eats chocolate chip fucking cookies every day. He has a business where he sells like junk food, and then he eats the shit he sells.
Like, what if he's just wrong? And it's obvious that all the supplements and nonsense he's taking in these extreme amounts, more is not better. You know, it's more about the dose, and there's a lot that Brian Johnson doesn't understand about health. And this is what happens when you go to the extremes with kids.
Says the guy who got an unnecessary eye surgery that made him cross-eyed.
Kale shakes and vegetables and all this stuff that the mainstream media has told us is good for us. It really just irritates the stomach, stresses the organs, and there's no actual nutritional value to it. So short answer is that he's wrong. Long answer, everything he says can be debunked.
Oh, Frank is just the gift that keeps on giving.
So we've just made both a kiwi and pineapple sorbet on Frankie's free-range meat using the highest. I'm trying the pineapple one. The kiwi one yesterday was really thin. And I like it more than lemon.
Yeah, that looks gross.
As your resident TCA chemical peel informant, I feel it is my duty to...
This is absolutely crazy. And it goes to show that people will do whatever a doctor says. If they say the sun is bad for you...
The title of her video says, don't do TCA 30 chemical peels at home just because you can. Don't think she got that advice from a doctor.
But chemical peels are okay? Like, you could be in the Australian sun for 10 hours and get a horrific, like, second-degree sunburn, and your skin will not be as damaged as that. And I've said this before, I've made videos about this, they're on YouTube, but it might have been on my old TikTok account. Going in the sun and damaging your skin from the sun is safer and more beneficial than this. If you're gonna laser your skin or use chemicals to burn your skin off, go in the sun, go in a tanning bed, do the same thing. It's safer and you're getting vitamin D, and it's a more natural thing to do. It's crazy.
Or you could not do either. That's also an option.
They'll have you burning and lasering your skin off with chemicals.
Hello. Hey, Gum Gum. Wanna come cuddle? Cuddle, Gum Gum? Cuddle? Hey, handsome. What are you up to? How's my handsome baby?
Like, absurd. Go in the sun.
As you're
Limb lengthening.
This has got
Oh my god, that shit is so fucking stupid.
to be some type of joke, right? Because the guy's either on crutches, or you can see his crutches in the background in every clip of him. Or is it some like psyop where they're only marketing to people that are desperate enough that despite seeing this, they would still want to get the surgery? First of all, he went way beyond the safe recommendations. You know, you're only supposed to get this procedure one time, a maximum of like 8 centimeters on each limb. So the total amount in inches you can even get safely with limb lengthening is like 4. He went way, way, way beyond what is safe and acceptable. That's why he's basically permanently crippled for the rest of his life. You know, has this guy done more good or harm for limb lengthening? And what gets me even more curious is, are these doctors that stupid that he's their golden boy, he's their marketing agent? Like, he's scaring people away, if anything. It doesn't.
The limb lengthening thing is fucking stupid.
Let's react to this VG.
Okay, guys, let's have a talk. It is Sunday, July 12th, and dollars is budget for the George Bush scapegoat.
No, let's not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's watch this next. So Revival Fitness has like a semi-retarded video.
Chest up, shoulders back. This is Revival Fitness, and apparently this is one of the most well-known Reddit posts on r/steroids ever done. He says, prepare your pitchforks. I'm basically the epitome of what this sub hates. A guy who has almost no lifting or dieting experience and jumps on AAS, which means androgenic anabolic steroids. This is the average steroid user. Before even seeing his physique or anything else, just that context. That's who's going on steroids in the vast majority of cases, guys. It is not seasoned athletes looking for that extra edge. It's not high-level natural bodybuilders looking to join the dark side and take the plunge. It's not even guys with good physiques in general, or even guys with kind of standout genetics and it's sort of obvious, and they're like, hey, let's see what happens. Those people all go on steroids too, of course. But the average person who is hopping on gear, middle of the bell curve, not really experienced with anything, 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the gym, they're not even totally serious or committed to the lifestyle, but they learn about steroids and they hear about faster results, it piques their interest, and they hop on. That is the vast, vast majority of people on steroids. He says, disregarding all the correct feedback telling me not to even think about AAS until a few years of natty lifting, I wanted the shortcut. I'll admit I have self-image issues, we all do, to some extent, and just didn't want to be the scrawny guy anymore. For the record, I researched for months before starting. Well, that's good at least, I guess, but keep in mind, research is...
There's no chance this guy researched anything for months before starting.
Really vague in this context because you can just Google and now you can AI anything. And depending on what you find, who you find, the information might be good, it might be okay, it might be really bad. Despite me being a fool and starting gear with minimal training experience, I knew what I was doing in regards to running a test cycle.
He did not. So, cycle was 15 weeks of 500 milligrams test and enthate. You do not just do 500 milligrams of test and enthate. That's just fucking retarded. So your body has to get used to having exogenous hormones in them. If you just go on 500 milligrams of test, you are going to be super fucking bloated, have a ton of water retention. You'll probably also get flu-like symptoms. High doses of testosterone can basically make you feel sick, like you have the flu. So if your body isn't used to having that androgen load, and if the androgens like can't go anywhere, you don't have enough muscle mass for the actual steroid to go into the androgen receptor, it's just going to float around in your system and go to places that it shouldn't go, and then it's just going to make you feel sick and you're going to get side effects. On top of that, some of the glands, like the glands in your nipples, they're going to be particularly sensitive when you first hop on, so you're just also very likely to get gynecomastia. So what you're supposed to do when you first start taking steroids is, one, you would ideally just use testosterone. And it would be at a pretty low dose. So you'd start at 20 milligrams a day or 140 a week, roughly. And then you slowly increase as needed as your body adjusts to having exogenous hormones, as you get larger, and as you need higher doses to increase the amount of muscle mass you have, you slowly increase the dose. This guy just hopped on 500 milligrams right away. So this guy did no research. He didn't have any fucking clue what he was doing. It also, I looked through this whole post. He also didn't have any plan to deal with aromatase inhibition. So he had no fucking clue what he was doing. This guy's just a fucking idiot. I started off with 210 milligrams per week, so 30 milligrams a day of test sip. I didn't increase the dose until the 8-week mark. So that's when progress slowed down and I felt like I could handle more drugs. So, yeah, this guy just, like, if I were to just have hopped on 500 right away, I would have just felt sick.
Or at least he thought he did. We'll see what happens. So the cycle was 15 weeks of 500 milligrams test E. That is very similar to the study we just looked at. In that paper, the subjects got 600 milligrams of test, I believe it was E. So the same drug. He says 15 weeks. The study, it was about 10 weeks, so he's got an extra month and change. But overall, I'd say it's pretty similar. And of course, if you are going on steroids, something that you should do, but most guys neglect to do, is get your blood work taken. Even as a natural, there are very valuable insights you can and should be gaining from getting your labs done. And with all of these tests to choose from, it can seem overwhelming.
So this guy's selling a blood work thing.
Any order that you make. So going into the pictures, this is week 1 to week 8, and this is classic. According to his post, he's 5'11".
So this is him not on steroids, and this is him 8 weeks on 500 milligrams of test. So you can tell this guy did not do any training whatsoever at all. Zero. This guy says he was working out. He was not working out. He did absolutely nothing. There's 100% zero visible change. The only thing is his stomach looks bigger. So that might just be from edema, just water retention. But he did absolutely no training. So again, for comparison, I made a post about this a while ago here. So this is what 8 weeks of 210 milligrams of testosterone did for me. So I gained 17 pounds total body weight. I got a little leaner too, so I gained about 20 pounds of muscle. And that's on less than half of what that guy was taking. And that's with also like training about 2.5 to 3 hours, 5 days a week. This guy did absolutely zero training. Even if you have shit genetics, like it's like these are very powerful drugs. This guy just did no training.
Classic. According to his post, he's 5'11", and he started at 170 pounds. I wouldn't say it's skinny fat in the truest sense, but you know what I mean? It's sort of close to that. He's got decent delts, which are almost entirely genetic, I would assume. Arms look, I guess, decent. Can't really tell this one because he's covering a tattoo, I guess. His chest, sort of in, but not really full. If you put a shirt on and he turned to the side, you probably couldn't tell he has really chest muscles at all. No real visible abs. A little line here going down, but no visible definition. In terms of body fat, he's probably around 20 or so, give or take, maybe a bit more than that. And the lighting here as well is on the better side. And even with that in his favor, he still just looks pretty pedestrian. So a lot of guys would be happy with this starting point because many guys that begin not only lifting but steroids.
Somebody was trying to open my front door last night, but they left right after I grabbed my gun. Too bad you didn't blow them away. That'd be cool if you could kill a guy. There's a creep in my area that got arrested for hiding in people's attics and scaring their children. It's really weird. That's really weird.
Steroids, they look much worse than this. They are very, very skinny fat. They are really fat, like obese, have a ton of fat to lose. So this starting point's not ideal, but it's not bad in comparison to what a lot of...
How was my blood pressure? It improved. I used to have extremely low blood pressure. Ridiculously, dangerously low. And since being on steroids, my blood pressure is just being healthy, normal. It's hovered around 110/70.
A lot of guys go for. Then 8 weeks later, he looks more blown out in the midsection for sure. His arms do look fuller. Overall, though, it doesn't seem like a whole lot of difference. I guess his traps...
Yeah, he's just getting peripheral edema.
Are a tad bigger, maybe. His chest, more full, I suppose, but even so, right, this is not anything you would take steroids to achieve, or at least you would want to take steroids to achieve, because according to this post, he went up to 195 pounds. That's a gain of 25 pounds or 11.4 kilograms.
Yeah, so that's just edema. Maybe he gained like 1 pound of muscle, maybe, but the rest of that's just edema.
How much of that do you think is actual muscle? Just going off a rough visual here, maybe a couple pounds, 2 to 3, maybe up to 4. We can't see his back or anything or his legs, so maybe it's a bit more than that, but the majority, I think the vast majority of this is going to be water. There might be some fat gain as well. A lot of guys have the idea that only 8 weeks, they're going to have a rapid physique transformation and look so much better. Maybe if you're cutting during this time and you're getting noticed.
Oh, if you're a hyper responder and you train hard, then yeah, 8 weeks you'll look a whole fucking heck of a lot different.
At Gigliardo, which is exactly why we need guns.
Yes, that is true. It's fucking gay how most countries, they don't let you have guns for self-defense. It's weird how it's like pretty much only the States. Most countries are just fucking gay as shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Noticeably leaner, it will be more pronounced. I think it's safe to say that. But a case like this, man, this is where most people are going to be. They're not, by default, going to make some remarkable body fat loss in the span of 8 weeks to begin with. Also, I just realized that the selfie time with the smiley face looks like it's engraved into the mirror. That's kind of goofy. He says, as you can see, I had no foundation to start. I looked like a bloated guppy, but at the time I was impressed with my results nonetheless because I had looked bigger. So here's week 1 to week 8 in the same outfit. He's got the classic guy bed just tucked in the corner. Very basic sheets and all that. Very basic room in general. What a bro. He's filling out the shirt better, right? It's definitely more snug on this side than it was. Delts, yeah, a bit more capped it looks like. The arm sleeves are definitely filled out more. You're going to be able to notice that in general, even if it's not a whole lot of muscle. Most people conflate water retention with muscle mass. And then when those same guys cut down after they finish the bulk, they get leaner and they're like, where's all this muscle mass, bro? I'm losing muscle when I cut, and they freak out about it. The muscle was not there to begin with, bro. We will see if he talks about his training and the PRs and how that progress went. But keep in mind, you can build essentially no muscle or a very small amount and still hit PRs in some capacity simply because you're gaining mass overall, even if it is almost entirely water and even some fat. And here's the side view from week 1 to week 8. And these pictures are quite different. This one is farther away. The lighting is different. He's much paler here. This one looks like the bathroom at his house. It's much more like yellow-green colored. So this isn't a great delts but we'll go with it. The delts look more defined on the right. As I said, I think they are noticeably bigger in the shirt. They look more capped, even though there is like the shadowing effect here with the lighting that's throwing things. The traps, they look decent to start. You know, he's also angled not exactly the same way. That also affects things. I don't think his traps grew a whole lot, at least between these two pictures. Maybe his back is wider overall, like the mid traps and the lats got bigger. His arms look more full, definitely. If guys are going to grow anything, natural or not, it's going to be their arms. So he says that was 8 weeks. I mentioned earlier it was a 15-week cycle. So where are the photos from the end of the cycle? Well, I plateaued around week 10. He plateaued on steroids. How many more examples do you need? We looked at clavicular on this channel a while ago. Other looks maxers now too. They're all openly taking steroids, even growth hormone on top of the steroids. And not just tests, they're taking other PEDs as well. All these cocktails, and they still are novice level in terms of the gains, or maybe early intermediate. And this was as he gained 25 freaking pounds, because he is a novice lifter per his own admission, keep in mind. So when you're a novice, you have the fastest gains you're ever going to potentially make. He was taking a good dose of gear, and still this was the best he was able to do. And I guarantee you his training was a shit show, and especially his diet was...
You'll see in a minute, he literally did not do any training. Zero. And I can prove it.
It's a shit show. And if you're sick of wasting your time in the gym, I know a lot of you are, be sure to check out my training programs linked down below. Much more than just exercises on a sheet. I break down everything you need to know to make serious, faster gains than they ever had before. And right on cue, here's the training and diet. He says my diet was actually somewhat decent. What the hell does that mean? Totally vague, as you would expect, despite my lack of knowledge. Okay, so he admits he doesn't have any knowledge, but he says it was somewhat decent. If you don't have the knowledge, how would you know that it's even decent? He's doing what most guys do. He's completely guessing and probably just parroting what he's heard a few people say online. I ate a 500 surplus but went over it quite often. Well, yeah, as your physique would indicate. Mostly eating clean foods. Yet again, what is a so-called clean food? I guess chicken, rice, broccoli, sweet potatoes, lean protein, the typical stuff you hear, fruits and veg, whatever, and high carbs. I would have a cheat meal maybe twice a week. You had no need for a cheat meal, bro. But he's in that zone taking tests, eat big to get big, which, like I've said, guys, so many times, you're going to have to bulk. In a lot of context, yes. In his context, did he have to bulk from the start? Not necessarily. But especially if you're going to bulk and gain this much weight that quickly, and your training is bad, recipe for disaster. That's how you gain a bunch of fat and a bunch of water. With the steroids on top of that, especially if he's aromatizing the steroids a lot, and the higher body fat you are, the more likely that is to happen, you're going to become a water park. Then he says, I won't bother listing the diet because I doubt anyone really cares. Well, I care. This line right here is really sending me, because he's framing it like, oh, well, I'm not going to list the diet because you guys don't care. I bet he doesn't even have a diet to list.
Training was PHUL. What does that mean? Yeah, what does PHUL stand for?
He could probably name a few foods he eats kind of over and over again, but like day-to-day food logs, I bet they don't exist. Like I said, the macro tracking, I'm sure is non-existent. If you ask him what are the ingredient breakdowns of the given foods, beyond one ingredient foods like say chicken or rice, I bet he doesn't know. This is so classic. Everything is vague. Oh, I eat mostly clean. It was decent. I have Whole Foods. I get enough protein. There's no specifics. There's no actual details. There's no meticulousness because these guys don't know. They're just guessing as they go along, trying to do their best, really hit or miss. And this is what you get when you do that. Even with 500 milligrams of testosterone, this right here on the screen, this is what you can expect. Now, when it comes to training, he was doing the PHUL split. And I won't lie to myself, I definitely could have pushed harder in the gym, and I didn't have much lifting experience, so my form was more than likely shit. I bet he didn't record it either. He didn't know what it looked like. Maybe check the mirror doing bicep curls and lateral raises and stuff, but no actual idea. So I'm sure his form did leave a lot to be desired. Now, in terms of PHUL, we're going to go over the split here for a moment. It stands for Power Hypertrophy Upper Lower. It's a 4-day upper lower, which you guys know I advocate for myself. That is one of my most successful programs. So day 1 is upper power. And I guess that means lower reps. You know, the whole power versus hypertrophy thing here, same as strength versus hypertrophy. It's a dumb distinction ultimately, but okay, I guess lower reps. Exercise 1, barbell bench press, 3 to 4 sets, 3 to 4. I want that to be a specific number, especially for beginners. They cannot get able to make gains doing this. He says all my lifts went up incredibly fast, as they should, but I never attempted 1 rep max. Well, you don't have to. The most I was able to bench was 110 pounds by 5.
So that just gives it away. He was not doing any training at all whatsoever. So this is a grown man who's, as far as we can tell, is healthy. After 15 weeks of being on 500 milligrams of test and claiming to be training, the best he could do is 110 by 5. So I was able to do this in the 6th grade, by the way. So like prepubescent practically. I was already benching, I was able to bench like 110 by 5. My mom, who is a 59-year-old woman, after I think 2 months, after 2 months of being on 15 milligrams of testosterone, so not 500, 15 milligrams, my mom was able to bench 135 for 4. So my mom, a 59-year-old woman, who's on, what would that be? 500 divide 15. She's on 33 times less testosterone than this guy. Is benching more than him. I have a friend who, he ended up hiring me for, my online coaching back when I was doing it. He was recovering from cancer, and he was so weak, he was only benching the bar. I think after about 2 months, it was either 2 or 3 months, he was able to bench 135 for sets of 5. And like we didn't know for sure at the time, but he was severely hypogonadal. We found that out later. He did end up going on TRT. But yeah, after about 2 or 3 months, so like 8 to 12 weeks, he was doing 135 for 5. And that's a guy who wasn't particularly healthy, who was recovering from cancer. And he was actually going to the gym consistently. He was able to bench more than this guy. Not being on any testosterone, in fact, hypogonadal. So this guy didn't do any training. He's either lying or just delusional. I think he's probably just delusional. There's people who go to the gym like twice in a fucking month, and then they think, oh yeah, I've been working out. So I think he's one of those people. Or like, again, he's just like kind of fucking lying. He might have literally just been a retard who's like, steroids are magic muscle serum. I don't have to exercise because I'm on test, and then it just didn't work out that way. But yeah, 110 pounds for 5 after 15 weeks on 500 milligrams of test. And as far as we know, this guy doesn't have any health problems. It's not like he has cancer or anything. You're not training. Like he just wasn't training. No, my mom's on 15 milligrams per week. She's a woman. Like, women do not take 15 milligrams per day. That'd be ridiculously high for a female. So, like, again, if a 59-year-old woman who's taking 15 milligrams of test is out benching you. Like if kids in the 6th grade are out benching you, like he just wasn't training. There's no chance he was lifting.
Blame me, I deserve it. Oh, I definitely will, bro. Not 110 kilograms, 110 pounds on the bench press. That is what, a 35-pound plate on each side? Let me actually do the math here. It might not even be that much. That's 115, right? But in terms of 110 pounds by 5, that is not even 135 pounds. That is not a one-plate bench for even a single rep. And this was over 10 weeks. You can't expect remarkable numbers in that span. I'm not saying you should have been benching even 185 or 200 after this point. Even so, 110 pounds by 5, you should be able to do more than that.
No, my mom is not into blue men. She's just into black dudes.
Especially given the context and the amount of weight he gained. 195 pounds for a 110 pound by 5 bench press. That is fucking brutal. And notice too, guys, again, he said, oh, I don't really want to list the food. I doubt anyone cares. Now he's saying, oh, I'm going to say the bench press and that's it. Which most guys care about the bench, of course. But he doesn't have any other lifts listed either. I would bet as well he was not properly tracking the workouts, or he could have been doing much better. This entire thing has holes all over it, but this is how most guys are with the gym. Like I said at the start, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And they're not totally serious. Like, they're sort of motivated for the time being. And a guy like this, right, they go on gear at the same time. It piques their interest. And this is what you get. And then he says, here's the best part. Post-cycle. And here is the result. After 15 weeks, and he made it sound like after 10, he essentially gave up. And he definitely got that waist to go down a bit from the 8-week picture he showed us, so that's good. He looks leaner. But we see his delt does look more pronounced. That's at least one positive. His arms do look bigger. They look more full. His abs don't seem to be in here. His lighting is worse in the after picture, but even so, I don't think there's going to be any ab definition. His traps, a little bit thicker, I guess, on the right, but not a whole lot. And of course, we've not seen the legs at all during this entire thing. I bet he skipped the legs almost entirely, or to a large degree, as I said. Most guys just do that by default. And realistically, you could argue if he had the training and nutrition totally buttoned up, he could have done better in 15 weeks naturally. And that also goes into the topic of what happens now. Is he going to go off of the steroids altogether? Is he going to drop down to, say, a TRT or a cruise dose? If he comes off everything, well, one, there's the potential side effects that come with that, such as the skin breakout. If his balls stop working, at least for a period of time, you're going to have to get those going back, and there's a number of ways to do that. But that's a headache in of itself. And of course, the possibility that if he comes off, his dick also is acting up. Maybe he can't keep it up. Maybe he can't get hard in general. There's all kind of potential problems. It seems with the nipples, no gyno or anything. He didn't mention any tenderness or puffiness, so that's good. But in terms of the overall trade-off here, what he put into this versus what he got out of it, seems to me pretty lopsided in the wrong direction. He says, I pretty much look the exact same as I did pre-cycle. I wouldn't say the exact same. We looked at some of those changes, but nothing remarkable, nothing impressive, and nothing that should require steroids. I made crucial errors with diet and training, absolutely. During PCT, oh, so I guess he did PCT, he cycled off, and he took whatever drugs are needed to get.
This is another stupid thing too. Why would you do PCT? Like, it's stupid. Post-cycle therapy. So why would you ever come off of these drugs? It doesn't make any fucking sense. If you're gonna take steroids, stay on steroids. The only reason to come off is, like, one, if you develop some kind of serious health issue, that can only be remedied by coming off. So, like, it can happen if you're taking black market drugs and they're contaminated with something, who knows, and you end up having like kidney damage or some shit. Yeah, like, come off completely. If you want to conceive children, like, that's another circumstance where you'd want to come off completely. But if you're gonna take steroids, just stay on testosterone. So when you first hop on, you can just do testosterone. Like, that's the only drug you should be doing. And then as your doses have to increase over time, if assuming you want to get bigger and stronger, yeah, you're very likely going to have to add in different compounds, because you can only take so much testosterone until you start having side effects. So you're going to have to add in something like boldenone or masteron or primobolan. I wouldn't recommend adding in nandrolone. But that is kind of an option. And if you're competing, like, let's say you're doing bodybuilding or powerlifting, like, there are benefits of particular steroids for, like, strength or visual appearance. Like Anavar, Winstrol, it makes you look harder and leaner just because of how it affects water retention. Compounds like Trenbolone are particularly good for strength. Anadrol is also really good for strength. But like, if you're just doing this for looks, again, you're just going to try to escalate up to the highest tolerable dose of testosterone. Then once you find the highest tolerable dose, you just add in other compounds that are well tolerated, that are safe, ideally, like Masteron or Primo, to get to that milligram amount that's required for adding mass. It's not healthy to be on like the highest fucking possible doses constantly. So you're going to have periods where you have to lower the dose, but ideally you're going to have a dose of testosterone that you stay on that will allow you to maintain, or at least maintain most of the progress that you made during those points and times where you up the dosages. But you don't ever like come off completely unless you really have to. Either because of personal reasons, like you want to have kids, or if you develop some kind of health problem. But like what would be the point? It's like, let me go on testosterone, then come off completely, and then pretty much lose all the fucking progress I would have made. Why would you do that? So if you're gonna go on, then just stay on. So you just wean off with equipoise. It is a concern, to be fair, because my country is retarded. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by that question. Clarence didn't come off. He's still on. You can see how strong he is and how he looks. He's not off. He reduced the dosages and isn't training like he used to, but he's not completely off. Like again, you can see the fucking video him and I made together. Like, he's clearly on something. So what happened is there's a Masteron and Primo shortage. It has to do with these drugs are made in China, and there was only one factory making Primobolan and Masteron. And the guy or dudes who were making Primo and Masteron, they were also making fentanyl. The Chinese government ended up killing the guys who were making the Masteron, Primo, and fentanyl. So then there ended up being a worldwide Masteron and Primo shortage. Masteron supply is coming back. I'm not sure if all of it's coming from China. I know there is a source in Australia that's actually making it. There's some lab that's making it out of just from scratch, basically. But Masteron's coming back. I've been able to get Masteron now. And I've seen some Primo here and there. But there is more Masteron than Primo. But at the time, the only real choice I had was like basically test and EQ, because there's no Mast in Primo. So because EQ is basically like Primo, only it's cheaper and it's a stronger AI, I just used a low dose of EQ. And I just used the EQ to allow me to take a higher dose of test. I really wouldn't recommend most people take high doses of Boldenone EQ, because in a lot of people, it's a very, very potent AI, and that can cause problems if you crush your estrogen too low. Also, there is a potential for Boldenone to raise your hematocrit too high, where you're going to end up having dysfunctional red blood cells, and you're going to be symptomatic.
Holy fuck, China did that. How could any progressive support them?
I mean, they're stupid and they don't know anything, so thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
His hormones back to normal or close to that. Then with side effects, my E2 was very high when I got bloods done at 6 weeks. I ended up having to run 25 milligrams of Acin, Aromacin maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. He might have misspelled Aromacin. It says ED. I don't know what that is. Usually, people will just run Arimidex. Usually, like, AIs are very hard to calculate and dose properly. If you can avoid using an AI, you should just avoid using an AI. They're very finicky. But yeah, that would explain the weight gain. He gained 25 pounds while not building any muscle, so he just gave himself edema.
I would guess an aromatase inhibitor every day because my body composition was nowhere near what it should have been to be on the gear. I talked about that earlier as well, guys. The higher body fat that you are, the more likely you're going to be to aromatize the steroids that do aromatize. And testosterone is one of them. So keep that in mind. Again, this is another drug on top of just the test. Then after coming off, PCT.
Most aromatase inhibitors are pretty inexpensive, and you also don't take them every day. Like Arimidex, for example, if you're running Arimidex, it's a breast cancer drug. So it's dosed, the way it's sold, it's typically dosed for treatment of breast cancer, not for treatment of high aromatization on testosterone. So one single fucking pill will last literally like a month or more. So you typically, like, again, this is like the usual dosage that most dudes are going to have. You buy Arimidex, it's dosed 1 milligram per pill, and it usually comes in 25, like it comes in like 20 or 25 pill packages. And you get a pill cutter, you split the pill up into quarters, you take 1/4 of the pill, like on like the 1st of the month, 1/4 of the pill on like the 10th of the month, and then another 1/4 of the pill on the 20th of the month, and then you take the other 1/4 of the pill like on the like right at the end of the month or the beginning of the next month. It's you don't need much. It's very, very potent. So I think it's like $80 for like a 25 pill blister pack. That's Canadian. Let me look up what I spent. How do you fucking spell it? Arimidex. Yeah, $85. So it's $85 for a 1 milligram by 30 blister pack. So like again, for most dudes, one pill is gonna last a month. So like maybe worst case scenario, you might have to take 2 milligrams in an entire month. So like this would last you easily a year for an $85 expense. So it's pretty cheap. The only AI that's expensive, I think it's Aromacin. That one's pretty expensive, but you also don't typically have to take it very frequently. It's a suicide inhibitor, so it'll lower your estrogen for a very prolonged period of time. So you just take several doses, and then you don't have to take it for a few months, and then you, like, once your estrogen levels pick up again, you just take like another dose, and then it just stays really low. But again, like, unless you're getting like pretty consistent blood work, it's really hard to dose AIs properly.
That often is going to be at least one, if not multiple drugs as well. Once you go into this steroid thing, guys, there's going to be drugs at every corner, okay? Not simply just taking the baseline drug, which most people that take gear are going to start taking multiple types at the same time, but then the estrogen's getting high, got to take an aromatase inhibitor. Some guys get blood pressure problems. They take blood pressure medications. Some guys get nervous about the cholesterol.
You should take blood pressure medications if you're on steroids, regardless of whether or not you have high blood pressure. The reason for that is ARBs, like telmisartan in particular, why did my headphones turn off? They prevent left ventricular hypertrophy. So one of the potential side effects of steroid use is left ventricular hypertrophy. Kind of depends, like, not everyone's prone to it. There's a bunch of pros who've said they've never gotten that. Ian Valaire commented on one of my Instagram posts. He said he never had it. Dorian Yates, he said he never had it. But telmisartan prevents it, and there's certain compounds that put you at higher risk, particularly nandrolone. So if you can avoid nandrolone, you're less likely to get it, and if you stick to just using something like Test and Masteron primarily, you're less likely to get it. But if you're on steroids, you should just be on telmisartan anyway. It also seems to help control red blood cell count, so you're less likely to get elevated hematocrit. So you should be on those meds anyway.
Take a statin or take something else for that. It's just drug after drug, and that doesn't even go into the non-anabolic steroids like growth hormone. A lot of people.
You don't need to take statins if you're on steroids. For one thing, most steroids don't actually raise your serum cholesterol. I have yet to take a steroid that's raised my serum cholesterol. What they usually do is they lower your HDL, but they don't raise your LDL. Testosterone actually lowers your LDL cholesterol. I don't think anyone's quite sure why it does that. It may have something to do with just improving your overall like metabolic health. It does improve insulin sensitivity and shit. Might have something to do with that. It might also have to do with just increasing the rate of your metabolism and like encouraging body weight loss or body fat loss. But yeah, testosterone usually decreases cholesterol. Typically, dudes who are on TRT, they see about a 5 to 10% reduction in their LDL. And that's even on higher doses. Like it's not like a dose dependent thing where lower doses lower it, higher doses increase it. I've seen studies going up to 600 milligrams and dudes still get a reduction in LDL. So, yeah, as far as I know, most, if not all steroids will not raise your LDL. And in fact, some will decrease it. It's just that they lower HDL. And, again, it's not a linear dose response, and some compounds are harsher on HDL than others. So testosterone, it doesn't really lower HDL all that much, and it's not a linear dose response. So like a certain amount of test, it'll lower it a little bit. If you take more, it won't lower it anymore. So you basically have a curve that flattens off. It's like a hyperbolic curve. Anavar, orals in general, they tend to lower your HDL more than injectables. But dudes who have elevated cholesterol on steroids, they're just eating like shit. A lot of dudes who go on gear, they start eating like burgers and steaks and red meat, and they don't eat enough, fibrous plant foods. And yeah, that's gonna raise your cholesterol.
People take insulin, all the peptides now too. Like there's so many things. So the idea that a lot of guys still have where it's like, okay, pop a little bit of Anavar tablets, then I'm done, or take a little bit of test, then I'm done, very rarely does it work out that way, guys. It becomes a never-ending web and sort of loop. Well, a cycle, get it? A cycle of drugs. That's simply how it goes. And especially the more that you take, the more serious your goals are, and the more side effects you get, because some guys get sort of lucky with the side effects. And of course, that comes down to management as well. There is a skill component to it, but some of it's luck too. And depending on those factors, there's going to be more drugs on top of the drugs.
I've had extremely minimal side effects from steroids. The only like real problem that I had was actually from growth hormone. Growth hormone can lower your T4 thyroid hormone, and I ended up getting water retention due to that. But as soon as I ended up just supplementing with T4 thyroid, that went away. Other than that, like the only side effect that I've had was from nandrolone phenylpropionate, where it stopped me from sleeping. I just tried NPP just to see if it would help, like with my joints and heal my shoulder. It actually worked for that. It's just I couldn't sleep on it. Otherwise, like every steroid I've been on, it's improved my mental health. I've just felt better in general. Haven't had any blood pressure issues other than the, growth hormone thing with a low T4. Haven't had water retention. And I've just felt good, but yeah, haven't had any acne or anything like that.
On top of the drugs. Then he says, I do believe I aromatize heavily either way, which that's something a lot of guys figure out the hard way. They go on their first cycle and they get gyno pretty quickly. This caused high blood pressure. Well, there we go again. And maybe a bloated potato. I was never able to dial in my AI, aromatase inhibitor. My body fat percentage was too high by week 8. My hairline receded and thinned, and this caused stress, I'm sure, about whether or not to start finasteride. There's another...
Yeah, I was like kind of worried sort of when I first hopped on about losing hair. Then I like just thought about it for a bit. Like I used to shave my head completely because I did competitive swimming. I looked good bald. It's not like girls treated me any differently when I was bald. They just said, "Oh yeah, you look good." And sometimes they like to touch my head because they're like, "Yeah, I like the prickliness or smoothness of your head." So I was like, okay, if I do start going bald, I'll just shave my head. And like I shaved my head before, nobody had a fucking problem. I look good bald. So I just went total bald pilled. I cannot see any recession at all since I've gone on steroids. I've looked at really, really old photos of myself from when I was like 8 years old. My hairline was different. So somewhere between like, you know, prepubescent and my teenage years, I started having like very, very, very slow recession. But if you look early on in my channel, like when I first started my channel when I was like 24, my hairline stayed the same. So I had like very slow recession somewhere like around puberty in my teenage years, and it just hasn't changed in the last decade. And for the last year being on steroids, like again, hasn't changed. And I have used Masteron, which is well known for triggering hair loss. So I don't think I have a gene, like the hair loss gene that a lot of dudes have. My dad didn't start going bald until he was like in his 60s. So yeah, as far as hair loss, I think I have pretty good genes for that. But again, if everyone loses their hair eventually, if you live long enough, but like, you know, just go bald pilled. Gains matter more than hair, at least for most people. So I just care about getting jacked. Don't really fucking care about my hair. Like it just doesn't seem to make a difference for me. So I'm fine with being bald, but yeah, it's not even making me bald.
Drug. And let's be real here, guys. That is what most dudes are concerned about more than anything, especially younger dudes. It's not, oh, my health is going to suffer and this or that. I'm going to shorten my lifespan, which is not a guarantee on steroids, by the way. Again, people want that to be true, but it's not. It totally can be. But that is the immediate concern for almost everybody when it comes to steroids. Cosmetic side effects. And like I said, there's ways to manage this and take given drugs, make the cycle better, and prevent this stuff. But some guys, well, one, they don't do that to begin.
The number one mistake people make is they take way too much, way too soon. That's the number one mistake. And then the number two mistake is just taking steroids that are stupid for no reason. So just stick to the safe compounds. Test, Primo, Masteron are the three safest. And then the fourth safest would probably be Boldenone. There's a lot of controversy with Boldenone, and I really haven't been able to find like good evidence. But there's like this idea that it causes kidney damage. That is true in animals, where if you dose like rabbits or rats with high doses of Boldenone, it causes kidney damage. I haven't actually seen any data in humans that it does that. The only thing you can find are case reports, but these case reports are insane. Like, these people are doing a cocktail of recreational drugs, like fucking cocaine, alcohol, and then it also mentions they're using steroids, and then, you know, people assume, oh, it's the steroids that cause kidney damage, not all the other drugs they're doing. Kidney damage is also highly dependent on blood pressure. So if you're taking drugs that are raising your blood pressure, that will just cause kidney damage. Like, even if you eat a shitty diet and you're eating a lot of sodium and you have high blood pressure from that, that'll cause kidney damage. Alcohol will absolutely cause kidney damage. And that effect may be amplified if you take steroids. So alcohol alone is probably bad enough, but if you take steroids on top of it, that might actually amplify the effect of alcohol's damage on the kidneys. And like there's some theories around Boldenone where it makes your hematocrit too high and that might damage your kidneys. I don't see how that would be the case, because then all steroids in high doses would damage your kidneys, which they don't. Living at high altitude would damage your kidneys, which again it doesn't, because high altitude increases your hematocrit. The only thing I could figure is, like, maybe some people are taking so much boldenone and it's such a potent AI for them that they crush their estrogen so low that it causes kidney damage. That's the only thing I can figure, and I do know there are people who've gotten kidney damage from using aromatase inhibitors. What's her name? That fucking chick who was a bodybuilder, Hannah Husseini. She was taking Primo and using AIs at the same time, and she brought her estrogen to, like, practically zero when she was competing. She ended up getting kidney damage from that, along with damage to her urinary tract. I'm assuming if boldenone causes kidney damage, that's probably what's happening, where people are just taking way too high of a dose and getting their estrogen too low. I haven't been able to find any, like, evidence that there's some metabolic breakdown products of boldenone that cause kidney damage, so I'm not sure. I haven't gotten kidney damage, and I've been on boldenone, so, you know, but I've used pretty low doses of it.
Begin with, maybe financially it's not in the cards for you, which, by the way, guys, if you are really strapped for cash, don't go on gear. And a lot of guys too with major goals, they take a lot right out of the game.
If you're strapped for cash, you can afford steroids. They're extremely cheap. You might not be able to do super high pro bodybuilder doses, but you can absolutely afford steroids if you're broke. Like, if we're talking about, like, somebody who's just average, middle of the road, most people are going to be able to go on, like, a performance enhancing dose of test without using an aromatase inhibitor. And if you're just on testosterone, say around like 300 milligrams a week, that's plenty, and that's extremely cheap. So that would be about $90 Canadian every 2 months that you'd be paying for something like that.
Gate. That's how you get a lot of these dudes that nuke their looks. And a lot of them will build a lot of muscle to at least get that trade-off in some sense, but keep in mind it's not only the steroids that cause the rapid aging among so many lifters. If you want to see a very detailed breakdown of all of the factors that lead to this aging, check out this video in the top corner. Then he says all of this for what? Nothing. I gain nothing.
Dude. He shows a photo of Chris Bumstead when he's 16, and then a photo when he's like that's recent. That's like after retirement. I think he might be yeah, he's a few years younger than me, 31. So he's comparing a photo of Chris Bumstead when he's 16 in high school to when he's 31, and he's like, steroids age you. It's kind of a weird comparison. Like, I think age ages you. Like, if you're comparing somebody, like, when they're twice as old as they were in the previous photo, they're gonna look older.
In the top corner. Then he says all of this for what? Nothing. I gain nothing besides probably damaging my health because I let my insecurities get the better of me. I can honestly say I regret it, but I'm not ashamed to share my story here. Yeah, props to him for doing so. AAS is for gym veterans. Don't learn the hard way like I did. I'm not saying you can't put much more effort into it than I did. That's also true. And maintain your gains and reach your goals. But my point is, if you're a beginner, do not touch AAS. And there's not much else to really add that has not been covered already. But like I've been saying for so long, guys, if you still have this idea that hopping on gear just totally transforms everything, especially...
So I wouldn't totally agree with that. Here's the thing, like, testosterone in particular, it has so many fucking benefits. I honestly think most men who are full-grown adults, so by the time you're in your 20s, you've reached your full adult height, most dudes would benefit from going on, you know, a dose of testosterone that would put them over 1,000 milligrams total testosterone. It has a ton of, like, just mental health and mood benefits. It makes you more resistant to depression, anxiety. You get overall, you know, good feelings of well-being. You have more energy. It does protect against type 2 diabetes. It improves insulin sensitivity. It allows you to maintain a better body composition. You're less likely to store visceral fat in particular, which is the most dangerous type of fat. And you are just more anabolically sensitive. You are just going to be better athletically and look better. Again, like the only real downside is just going to be potential hair loss. And like, if you happen to care about that, and it will affect your fertility, but you can come off and do something like HCG monotherapy or take other fertility drugs. Like, the problem this guy had was, one, he took way too fucking high of a dose. He should have started with about 140 milligrams a week, not 500. And he did absolutely zero training. Like this guy's claiming he was working out. He admitted not very hard, but he said he was working out. He wasn't. He was only benching 110 for 5 after 15 weeks. That is not possible that he was training. So he might have gone to the gym like 3 or 4 times out of that 15 weeks, but he was not training. So it's not that steroids were a bad idea. It's just he's a fucking retard who took way too much and didn't even bother training. They're not magic muscle serum where you become Captain America, after taking the super soldier serum. You actually have to train, and then the steroids just boost the effect from training. JP donated $2. Let me see. Taban files trial brief ahead of July 14th jury trial. Taban's legal team has filed its trial brief, which gives a preview of the arguments they intend to present. If the case goes to trial, main issues raised by the defense is that Frank did not disclose a medical expert witness by the court's deadline. In medical malpractice cases, the plaintiff has the burden of proof. This means Frank must convince the court, using admissible evidence and qualified expert testimony, that Dr. Taban was negligent and that this negligence caused the injuries he claims. Defense argues that without this evidence, Frank cannot prove the required elements of his malpractice claim. Defense also states their own expert witness, ophthalmologist Dr. Robert Goldberg, is expected to testify that Dr. Taban's treatment met the standard of care, that informed consent was properly obtained, and that the complications Frank experienced can occur even when surgery is performed correctly. Frank has not provided evidence supporting his claimed damages, such as medical expenses, lost income, or other financial losses. Frank has not shown sufficient reason to delay the trial, and the defense is asking court to keep the current schedule if the trial proceeds. Frank should be required to attend in person rather than remotely. So it's scheduled for the 14th. I'm going to guess if he has to attend in person, he's just not going to show up. Does birth control make you crazy?
I came across this post. A young woman thinking it's cute to be mentally unstable and crazy, I guess, because men are a bunch of pigs and just want to get laid, so they'll tolerate whatever behavior these young women throw at them. And then I started thinking about all the other past videos I've seen about women joking about grippy sock facilities, being in literal mental institutions.
What are your thoughts on the decline in men's natural testosterone? Our grandfathers in their old age had higher tests than the average 20-year-old. Do you think if the decline keeps continuing, TRT will become almost mandatory?
Yeah. Yeah. I think at this point it pretty much is. The medical establishment is really fucking stupid when it comes to testosterone. They're claiming the normal range is anywhere from 300 to 1,000 nanograms per deciliter. 300 is not normal. So they came to those numbers based on a bunch of large prospective cohorts. They found that they just, they got thousands of men. They calculated their testosterone levels, and then through a bunch of statistical methods, basically you're looking at you know, where people fall in like 95% of cases, they fall between 300 and 1,000. The men who are at 300 nanograms per deciliter, the bottom of the range, they die sooner. They're in poor health. So you don't want to be at 300. So all these like dudes who are at the like near the bottom of the reference range, they'd be better off being at the top of the reference range. That's what all the data suggests. So men with the very high levels of testosterone, they have lower they have lower risk of all-cause mortality. So yeah, when you're seeing average test levels around like the low 400s at this point, that's not a good thing. That's evidence of an unhealthy population of men. So I think right now testosterone replacement therapy would be necessary for the majority of men for ideal health. It's just that because there's a number of things going on. One, steroids have been like demonized a lot because of it's just stupid political reasons. Basically, it happened because of the Olympics primarily. The United States just wanted to have control over banning certain countries or fucking over like foreign athletes if they were caught using steroids. So they ended up making some like big campaign about how steroids are bad, steroids are cheating. They put it on the Schedule 3 list, testosterone. So that's one reason. And also we live in some like, you know, beta male, gynocentric, you know, women are better than men, you know, bitch cuck society where just masculinity is demonized. And that's another aspect of it. Like, why the fuck is testosterone a Schedule 3 drug that you can get locked up for? But women can get fucking birth control pills easy. They just have to ask their doctor. They get it prescribed, no questions asked. And that's mainly estrogen and a little bit of progesterone. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So it's just a combination of gay bitch cuck society where masculinity and strength is demonized and just political bullshit where drugs are cheating. Well, drugs fucking work. I like, who the fuck cares about this arbitrary idea of, for whatever reason, let's just ban this one thing in sport, but, you know, it's okay to bash somebody's fucking head in and give them permanent brain damage so long as you don't take testosterone. So, yeah, I would say right now, it would be necessary for most men for ideal health to take testosterone. It's just that it's probably going to have to get a bit worse for people to come around to the idea that, you know, most men should be on testosterone. Thanks for the donation, though, Chad.
Ugh. And how much more common it seems for young women to be in those situations than men. And that reminded me of a video I made a few years ago on birth.
Frank Tufano's a fucking retard. Like, he has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. When birth control pills first came out, they were progesterone based. They were using a synthetic form of progesterone. And what they found was there were a bunch of androgenic side effects to it. Women were actually growing body hair, becoming slightly masculinized, and they're actually getting more muscular as well. And they were also having psychological side effects. They're having more aggression and anger problems. That's actually how nandrolone ended up being researched. So nandrolone it's basically a synthetic progesterone. And like, again, it's an anabolic androgenic steroid. But the early birth control pills, they were progesterone based, and they did have a lot of side effects, both physical and psychological. The newer ones are estrogen based, and they have a way better side effect profile. Like anything, people can have bad mental health side effects to these hormones. But women, period, regardless of whether they're on birth control, they have a higher likelihood of mental health issues. It's just women are fucking crazy. It's the way it is.
Birth control, which a very high percent of young women are taking, and birth control is literally toxic levels of estrogen, a hormone.
It's not. It's just enough estrogen and a little bit of progesterone to prevent ovulation. That's all it is.
That is wreaking havoc on this young woman's mental health. It's as simple as that. And the high percentage of birth control contraceptive usage correlates directly to the much higher percentage of psych medications among young women, which are double to triple the rate of young.
Yeah, that's because they're women. That's not because they're on birth control. Women are just crazier than men are. Yeah, Frank's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, JP. So, 2 more days. Frank should have to attend that trial. What are you doing, Gummy? What you gum up to? What's going on there? Gummy's doing stuff.
Putin said, real simple, 50% for Vladimir Putin. Start a war.
So, Bill Browder, welcome to Trigonometry.
Great to be here.
It's great to have you. You have one of the most fascinating stories. Well, we'll get to that part. I've heard you say before about the 50%. I'm curious how we know that that's what happened between him and the. I remember seeing him dressing down various oligarchs in a public meeting, but how do we know that he personally is taking that money from them, like that kind of deal?
Because they told me. Various people told me that that was the deal. And, you know, one could say, well, how, you know, maybe they were not correct or exaggerating, but I think we've now seen enough anecdotal information to support what I was told that it becomes pretty, I mean, so for example, there's Putin's house on the Black Sea.
Natural ways to bring down blood pressure? And for salt I use a mineral sea salt. Does that change how much I should consume daily, and how many mg do you recommend daily for blood pressure recovery?
So, natural ways to lower blood pressure would be losing body weight. The lower your body weight, the more your blood pressure is going to go down. Being hypocaloric will lower blood pressure, so dieting. Intermittent day fasting. So if you have, if you go for several days without eating, and you just drink water, that's the most effective way to bring down blood pressure. And lowering sodium intake. That also lowers blood pressure. There's also just exercise, particularly cardiovascular exercise, that also helps to lower blood pressure. If you have blood pressure issues, you probably should just go on blood pressure meds. They have practically zero side effects, and they just do what they're supposed to do. So depending on why you have high blood pressure, that might affect what blood pressure med you should go on, whether it be an ARB, ACE inhibitor, beta blocker. But blood pressure meds are highly effective, and they have practically zero side effects. So if losing weight, eating a clean diet, lowering sodium, like exercising, if that doesn't lower your blood pressure to healthy levels, just go on a blood pressure med. Also, salt is salt. That doesn't really change anything. And again, the amount of sodium you should be consuming, that is going to entirely depend on your total body weight, how much exercise you get, how much you sweat, and whether or not you're having things like muscle cramps or irregular heartbeats. It entirely depends. For the average person, the recommendation is under 2,500 milligrams a day. Thanks for the donation, Chuck. And yeah,
I'm sure you know about that, or well, I don't know if your reader or listeners know about that, but Alexei Navalny made a great video that's been watched by 25 million people about Putin's. It's $1 billion house in the Black Sea.
Nice place.
Not really. I mean, it's really a crude place. They've got stripper poles and bowling out. I mean, I'm not sure that any of us would like actually want to like live there, but $1 billion for that. He's got an $800 or maybe $900 million super yacht. And where does he get this stuff from? All the money trails lead back to the oligarchs. When his daughter got married, the son got a dowry, which was the gift of like 30% of a major multi-billion-dollar petrochemical firm. When he cheated on his daughter and they got divorced, the son-in-law gave it back to the oligarch. I mean, it's, you know, there's a million of these stories.
See, that is a testament to the power of the male libido. Like, you marry Putin's daughter and then cheat on her.
Yeah.
That is not a well thought through move, is it?
That is, that's kind of unhinged.
You know, I mean, I guess he just couldn't control himself.
Either that or he just backed himself.
Yeah.
What does Putin's daughter looks like? Google's been doing this lately where you do a search and then it doesn't show the, like, the image tab and shit. She kind of looks like him a little bit. Yeah, she's only all right. I could see why that dude... I think he has multiple daughters. Yeah, if that's the chick, yeah, I could see why the dude cheated on her. Yeah, that's not so great. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see why a dude would cheat on Putin's daughters. They're not that great.
Yeah. I don't think that's a smart move.
He's still alive, though, as far as I'm aware. So,
really?
Yeah, but wow. He's the son. He's the son of one of Putin's best friends. You know, they're not killing each other. I mean, you would think. I mean, anyways,
it's a dispute within the family, sort of thing. We're joking around, of course, but I was just very curious to hear that. So you had oligarchs who personally told you this is what Putin said to us.
Yeah.
And why did this begin to interfere with your business and what you were doing?
Because I was busy carrying on with my naming and shaming campaigns. So it wasn't. So you'd think it's pretty ridiculous for some guy from Chicago to be outing the oligarchs and doing all this kind of stuff. And the answer is it was ridiculous. I'd kind of shaved off the risk sensors in my brain because you couldn't go out there with like a full set of risk reward and take that and do that. And so I was just plowing forward even after Khodorkovsky was imprisoned, exposing more malfeasance. But I wasn't exposing the enemies of Putin anymore. I was exposing his 50% interest. But I wasn't thinking about that.
And I was going to ask you about that because I remember growing up in Russia in the 1990s, and objectively, it was a wild and crazy time.
Yep.
What did you think when you arrived in Russia in the early 90s? And just, you must have, you know, with your American background, I visit America all the time, the mindset's
what
so
a
different.
shithole.
You must have found it
90s
a
Russia.
huge shock, but also probably a thrill, right?
Well, I mean, so first of all, I wasn't, in Russia, they really, over generations, they've kind of destroyed initiative, idealism, public concern, philanthropy. They've just destroyed all of that. But in America, you know, that was all that kind of stuff was in our, you know, DNA and brought up and pounded into you that and probably, you know, can-do attitude, optimism, everything could be better in the future than it is today. That was my thinking. So I show up in this country, which is completely chaos. when communism ended, they didn't have a system. You know, they called it capitalism, but nobody had created anything really. It was just total chaos. But I showed up there and I said to myself, my bet is that it's going to go from chaos or to something less chaotic, horrible to bad. I called it the Nigeria to Brazil trade. And so I showed up there and I thought, you know, I wanted to be part of this process of, and by the way, you're going to make a lot of money if it goes from horrible to bad. That was my thinking. And it started to go from horrible to bad. In Putin's first few years, he wasn't this monstrous guy that he is right now. And he was like, you know, he was kind of like a nameless, faceless technocrat. That's how we thought of him in those first few years. And, you know, he was like reforming the tax system and, you know, doing all sorts of stuff that you could honestly say were economic reforms. And so the thought was that we were going to be in this transition. And so it was kind of cool to be there when it was all total chaos and watching the little green sprouts of, like, you know, civil society start to form. And so I thought,
hi Richard, you should not play violent video games on stream. I would promote your channel if you didn't do so and advocated for the animals more. My channel sucks and no one likes me, but please take my advice.
Vegan teacher gets a lot of fucking views, and from what I can tell, she did convert a lot of people to go vegan, so that's absolutely not true. She's better at the YouTube game than me at this point. But yeah, her stance on video games, I definitely strongly disagree with. Thanks for the donation, that vegan teacher. Fad Fudge, $20. Why do women claim that looks don't matter? They do it way more than dudes, lol. Yeah, like... There's probably two fucking reasons why you hear stupid shit like that from women. One, there's a lot of fucking retarded fat chicks who are just lazy and cope like again, the whole like fat acceptance movement, it's entirely women, and like maybe you'll see one gay dude. But yeah, there's just a lot of lazy, delusional fucking women who just will like refuse to fucking diet and exercise. And two, women try to sabotage other people, particularly other women. So they'll try to convince other women that they don't need to lose weight, they don't need to wear makeup, they don't have to go to the gym, they don't have to dress nice. Looks don't matter, so that these women are uglier and then they don't have to compete with them. It's just what they do. Thanks for the donation, though, Fad Fudge. But yeah, women clearly have an understanding that looks matter. That's why they are all on fucking Ozempic. They all get plastic surgery as soon as they have the fucking money to afford it. They spend a ridiculous amount of money on fucking clothes, hair, makeup. So yeah, women know better than anybody how important looks are.
You know, this is great, and I wanted to be part of it, and I wanted to profit off of it as well.
So Bill, going back to the story, Putin is going around asking for 50% here, 50% there. How did that change? And how was your life completely different after those events?
Well, so I was now going after him, I mean, his interests, and I became very inconvenient. You know, here I was, I wasn't talking to him. I wasn't, you know, I wasn't giving him 50% of anything. I was not part of that thing. I was just running my fund, getting mad about different companies doing bad stuff, exposing them, working with the journalists, and they had to figure out what to do with me. And
why did you abruptly end the live when vegan teacher hated on you? BTW, we can hear your Facebook.
Yeah, I know. I know you can hear my Facebook. I was just pissed off in general, and couldn't be fucked. Just was not having a great time last night. Wasn't really anything to do with vegan teacher in particular, just everything was annoying me. Thanks for the donation, though. I love Richard more than Mom. Appreciate it. You're kind of weird. What car is this? Fuck. Do they have a fucking left-hand drive?
It's really windy,
Thank fuck.
so if I'm shouting a little bit, I'm sorry.
I might like something like that. I'd rather have the Aerial Atom, but that is kind of up my alley too. If I couldn't get the Atom, I'd get this. It looks pretty sick. Wonder if it has any kind of boot. Yeah, that looks sick.
Today we are looking at a 360R SV. Painted in Porsche Riviera blue with orange 620 decals. Riding on 15-inch anthracite Orcus alloys, this makes for one very attractive car. The 360 is powered by Caterham's entry-level 2-litre Duratec engine and produces 180 brake horsepower. This torque
5-speed. That's a stupid spot for reverse. That's a really stupid spot. Even if it's a push-in to get into the reverse, that's still stupid.
The engine is painted to a 5-speed gearbox.
Yeah, imagine accidentally trying to shift into fucking reverse when you're on the highway because you think there's a 6th gear.
Do you think she might be into you or something? I think it's weird for her to randomly show up in your chat and be that vitriolic, saying Pat is cuter than you are, etc.
I don't recall her ever saying anything like that, but let's be honest, are there any women that don't find me attractive? So, thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom.
Do you still do private nutrition plans? I remember my buddy was eating a bowl of chickpeas a day because of you. He had bought your diet plan. Good times. Does fitness coaching interest you, or are you focused on the personal journey?
I really don't like doing like personal coaching just because the monotony of writing out like diet and training plans, especially diet plans, that's just fucking horrific. Like when you have to do that for, you know, like 10, 15, 20 people. Oh boy, that just is a fucking massive headache. Like I'd do it if I had to not be homeless, but like if I can just make enough money streaming and shit, I'd just rather not do it. So yeah, I'm more focused on just you know, my own personal fitness goals and stuff. But thanks for the donation, Zucker.
And thanks to it being an...
Yeah, and I don't do, you know, online consulting at this point. Like, I'll help a couple friends of mine, or, like, if somebody has any specific questions, they can always ask me, like, just message me on Instagram. Like what I think of a certain thing, or if they, you know, if they want like a little bit of help with, you know, like what macros should I eat, you know, something like that. But yeah, I don't do online coaching.
An R specification car, it also comes with a lightweight flywheel and limited slip differential. Inside it's fit.
You know what's really weird? The Aerial Atom has the limited slip diff as an option. Like, that's really fucking strange. Like, I guess most people are buying that car for track use, but that's really fucking weird.
Yeah, she did say that. I took screenshots. It was really weird. She is weird.
You know, whatever. Thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom.
Fitted with carbon vinyl seats and tunnel top, offering a very sporty look, as well as a carbon fibre dashboard with Momo quick release steering wheel. Complete with track day roll bar and rear LED lights, this is one stylish and versatile set.
Yeah, I'm curious if it has any trunk space whatsoever. Oh, you can get it with a fucking, like, hood. Like a soft hood. That's kind of nice. You could ride it in the rain.
For 160S, I've had for 270S. In fact, the two... Right, okay, here we go. Apologies for focus on this camera is awful.
Yeah, it's one benefit it would have over the Atom. You could ride it in the rain without getting soaked. I like purple, but I don't like that purple. It's a little too light. I'd like a darker purple, and maybe metallic too. I think this car would look sick in green.
There's another manufacturer you might know from Norfolk in the east of England called Lotus.
I feel like your voice is deeper after going on juice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my voice has gotten a bit deeper. I had a really bad cold a few months ago, or not even a few months ago. What is it? Yeah, like last month when I got back from Australia. I think that actually like permanently fucked up my throat. So I think that's another thing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure my voice did get deeper. Thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom. These start at 38,490 pounds. They have different models. Fucking pounds. What would that be in dollars? Oh, I see. So this is the most powerful 7620. $84 horsepower for some of them, and it uses a Suzuki 660 turbocharged engine. That's weird. I wouldn't spend 30,000 pounds for that. That's kind of fucking ridiculous. Top speed 149, so that'll go like, what, 2 something? 0 to 60 in 2.79. That's pretty good. So I'm guessing this has 0 storage space. Ah. Okay, can somebody donate about 68,000, or no, what is it? Yeah, somebody donate 60,000 pounds to me so I can order this. This looks like it would have a little bit of storage, but it doesn't mention anything. Forest green, viper blue, heritage sage, sunset riot. I don't think the black looks that great. Kind of like that poppy red. That looks all right. They don't have the greatest colors. I think that red looks the best. Painted roll bar. You could make just disgusting combinations that are just embarrassing. And just get it black. painted grill. Huh. Hmm. Carbon leather? What the fuck is carbon leather? Map pocket. Yeah, what is carbon leather? Okay, so I can't even get this because it seems like everything's leather. Weird. I don't know what the fuck they mean by carbon leather.
Here's a bug I found, harmless and lost. I took him outside so he can go play in the soil and eat plants. You are a fag gay retard dumb stupid idiot dumb fag fuck you gay fag retard fag stupid dumb idiot poophead cum foo.
That is a very gross earwig. I really don't like earwigs. One of my least favorite insects. Some spiders are really, really gross. Like, usually they don't bother me that much, but some, just the way they move, and especially when they're, like, big but move, like, really erratically and quickly, I really don't like that. I like bees, though. I like cicadas. Probably bumblebees are one of my favorites. But yeah, I don't like earwigs. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
You know, that they're, if I'd been Russian, they would have killed me. But because I was a foreigner, and not just a foreigner, I was the largest foreign investor in the country at this point. I was managing $4.5 billion at the top of the market. And so I think, and by the way, I'd be killed this minute if I was anywhere near Russia or anywhere within their grasp. So it's not like Putin, I mean, he's changed, I mean, he's become more brazen. Back then he was a bit scared. He was still sort of feeling his way around the world. So they didn't want to kill me. But one day I was flying back. I'd been living there for 10 years. I was flying from London. I was here in London for the weekend. I was flying back to Moscow. And I was at Sheremetyevo Airport at the VIP lounge. And I was sitting there.
No, I didn't see any big spiders in Australia. Just normal. Only normal spiders. I didn't see any snakes or anything like that either. I did see kangaroos. But, yeah, no spiders. I'm not a big fan of spiders, so I'm fine with not seeing any.
Waiting for my passport to be processed, and 4 heavily armed border guards burst into the lounge, grabbed me, and then take me down to the detention center of the airport. I stayed there overnight, not sure whether I was being, and there was 2 things that could have happened. They could have sent me to Siberia, like Khodorkovsky, or they could have deported me. I didn't know what was going to happen that night when I was sitting in that airport detention cell. And I had a lot of hard questions for myself about life choices and how I'd gotten here, and maybe I should have been a little bit more careful and all this kind of stuff. And the next morning, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And then finally they come for me and they put me back onto an Aeroflot flight and deport me. And then when I land in London, I get a letter from the foreign ministry saying I've been expelled because I'm a threat to national security.
No, I don't like fruit flies. So, like, I don't hate
news.
them, but I don't like them. They're kind of annoying.
I'm not dead. I'm not in a Russian prison. I'm just deported. But when the Russians go after you, they don't do it. So you know, it doesn't happen. That was a mild sanction. When they go after you, they usually do some really nasty stuff. And I said to myself, this is not the end of the story. This is the beginning of something really bad. And so what did I do?
The cross orb weaver looks sick. Aren't they really gross? Yeah, they're kind of gross. I don't like I don't like spiders. Kind of shaped gross. They have a gross shape. They move gross. Ugh. Yeah, they're just gross. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
I do. I have a bunch of people.
You ever got stung by something painful? Well, I've been stung by wasps a few times. It's not like that bad, but it's kind of annoying. It's just an annoying, stingy pain. It doesn't last too long. I think it only really bothers me for maybe like 15, 20 minutes. Will you get a Steam frame? I'm leaning towards not, because it's like it doesn't seem like a great technological leap. It seems like the big improvement is really just weight. Like, yeah, it has other features. It's a standalone headset. It's inside-out tracking. There's stuff like that, but the field of view isn't terrific. The resolution's fine. It does have foveated rendering, but it's an LCD, not an OLED panel or micro OLED. So there are headsets out right now that use micro OLED that have a way better display and that are very small and comfortable. It's just that they're going to be more expensive. But, you know, if they're that much better and I'm just more likely to use it because they're more comfortable, they just have a better field of view and everything, then
Been
I'd rather
watching
go
you
with
for
that.
many years. First time donating. Hope you never stop streaming. Love seeing you and Pat. Never liked your ex. She reminded me of a pos I used to know.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. Thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom.
So I like to squeeze my own boobs. So what? Is that a problem? Leave me alone. Let me squeeze my own boobs and masturbate in peace. Yes, I also squeeze my wife's boobs. But I still like to squeeze mine sometimes. Leave me alone. I just like squeezing them.
Yeah, if I had boobs, I'd squeeze them. It's fun squeezing boobs. Yeah, squeezing boobs is nice. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yeah. Gum Gum also likes squeezing boobs. He also likes ruining my chair, scratching it up good. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. Ah, jeez. Yeah, my shoulder is still fucked up. I don't know if I can play any racing sims right now. I probably can't. Oh, that fucking sucks, dude. I hope it's just like magically a lot better tomorrow. It is a lot better today. Fucking hell. Injuries just suck ass. I can't wait until we have like Ghost in the Shell technology where you can just replace parts of your body that you're not happy with just like tougher machine parts.
People working for me in Moscow, and so I say to myself, these people could be victimized. We need to get them out. And I evacuated my team.
How much for me to get boob implants? Maybe like $50. Hey, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Want to cuddle? Gum Gum want cuddle?
Holy shit, yum gum dim sum 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 yum G.
Yes, this is my Yum Gum Dim Sum. Oh, what a beautiful baby. My sweet little croissant. Oh, I love you. What a good, handsome boy. He is just so good. He is so good. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
Team and their family members. Once I got everyone out, I said, well, we have a lot of money over there. These guys are probably going to go after the money. We should get our money out. And we quickly and quietly sold every last share we held in Russia, got all of our money out. So I kind of dusted off my hands. I said, phew, people safe, money safe, time to move on to other stuff. Set up a new investment fund, investing in other places, started investing in other places. I'm at a board meeting in Paris, June 4th, 2007. I get a frantic call from the last remaining person I have in Russia, which was a secretary sitting in our empty office. And she says, there's 25 police officers, breaking down the door. What should I do? I said, I don't know, let me call up my lawyer. I've got an American lawyer in Moscow. I say, there's 25 police officers breaking down my door. And he said, we got 25 police officers in our office looking for your documents. 50 police officers doing simultaneous raid of my office and my law firm's office looking for our official documents for our investment holding companies, all the stamps, seals, and certificates. They find them at the law firm's office. They take those documents away. And the next thing we know, we no longer own our investment holding companies. They had been fraudulently re-registered into the name of a man who had been convicted of manslaughter and let out of jail early, presumably to put his name on these documents.
Oh.
So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so the police have raided my office, seized the documents, used the documents to steal my the companies were empty now because remember.
Can you not, dude? No, I can't do that. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
We got everything out to steal these empty investment holding companies. I'm not worried about the money. The money is already safe. It's offshore. But if the police are doing all this stuff, working with killers, I'm going to be walking through Frankfurt Airport one day and someone's going to, arrest me on a Russian Interpol warrant. And I say to myself, we got to figure out how to stop whatever is happening here. And so I hire the smartest lawyer I know in Russia, a guy named Sergei Magnitsky. He worked for an American law firm. He was one of these people that could just literally run circles around everybody else with the law. He just knew exactly what he was doing. And I say to him, I want you to figure this out. Figure out.
Yeah, they beat him to death.
Who's doing what are they doing? Why are they doing it? How are they doing it? We need to stop it. And so he goes out, he researches everything, and he's a super smart guy, and he figures it out. He said, this is the most cynical thing I've ever seen. So when I was expelled and after I sold everything, we had $1 billion of profits on the securities that we sold. And off that $1 billion of profits, I paid $230 million of capital gains tax to the Russian government. What Sergei had figured out was that this group of crooks that stole our companies with the police documents, they stole our companies, and then they went to the tax.
Why is Gum Gum so chill?
He's not always chill, but he, when he's done complaining about not getting enough food, even though he very clearly gets fed enough, he does like to relax and cuddle. Thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom.
Tax authorities. And they said there was a mistake made in the previous year's tax filings. These companies didn't earn $1 billion. They earned zero. They came up with a complicated way of explaining it. Therefore, the $230 million that was paid in taxes in the previous year was paid in error. And we'd like that money back. They applied for this illegal $230 million tax refund on the 23rd of December, 2007, and was approved and paid out the next day, Christmas Eve. It was the largest tax refund in the history of Russia, paid out in one day on a fraud. I mean, if I had genuinely overpaid $10,000 of taxes in 2007, I'd still be waiting for the tax refund today. But an illegal $230 million tax refund was refunded in one day on a fraud.
On Christmas Eve.
On Christmas Eve. They actually celebrate Christmas, whatever, 13 days later. But anyways.
No one's working at this time. That's the point.
Yeah.
What rhymes with trigonometry and starts with N?
Rather not say. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Yeah.
Right. So people at the very highest level of government have clearly been involved in making this happen.
So Sergei and I looked at this and we said to ourselves, obviously, this is a rogue operation, an inside job, corruption at the highest level. And we also said to ourselves that this couldn't have been authorized by Putin because he's a patriot and a nationalist, right? He's off talking about how the greater good of Russia. This must be something, he must be getting, because, and by the way, this wasn't our money. This was the Russian government's money that was being stolen. So Sergei and I were convinced, wrongly, but we were convinced that this was a rogue operation, and if we brought it to the attention of the highest levels in the Russian government, then the good guys would get the bad guys. So we wrote criminal complaints to the head of all the different law enforcement agencies. I went on television, radio, newspapers explaining the whole scam and putting it out there. Sergei went to the Russian State Investigative Committee, which is their version of the FBI, testified against the police officers who were involved in the fraud, and then we sat back and waited for the good guys to get the bad guys. Turns out, in Putin's Russia, there are no good guys. 5 weeks after Sergei testified against the police officers, the same police officers came to his home on the 24th of November 2008 and arrested Sergei. They put him in pretrial detention, and they started to really put the screws to him. They put him in cells with 14 inmates and 8 beds, kept the lights on 24 hours a day to impose sleep deprivation. And they put him in.
I'm not the one sending those BTW.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Cells with no heat and no window panes in December in Moscow, so he nearly froze to death. They moved him from cell to cell to cell in the middle of the night. They had to put him in cells with no toilet, just a hole in the floor where the sewage would bubble up. And they figured, this is a guy who wears a blue suit and a red tie. He works in a fancy American law firm, buys Starbucks in the morning on his way into work. They figure they put the screws to him. He'll do whatever they want him to do. And they wanted him to withdraw his testimony. They wanted him to sign a false confession to say that he stole the $230 million. And they wanted him to say that he did so on my instructions.
My God.
So, here's this guy that doesn't look so powerful, but he had a will of steel. And for him, the idea of perjuring himself and bearing false witness was more awful than whatever they were subjecting him to. He just refused. And so the pressure and the torture and the pain and the unpleasantness just got worse and worse and worse over a long period of time. And he started getting pains in his stomach. He started losing weight. He lost 20 kilos. He went to the prison infirmary, and they diagnosed him as having pancreatitis and gallstones. And they said he needed to have an operation. The operation was scheduled for the 1st of August, 2009. About a week before the operation, the same people who were torturing him before came to him and said, listen, if you sign this false confession, everything will be good. He refused again. And in retaliation, they moved him from the prison that had a hospital where he was scheduled to have an operation to a maximum security prison called Butyrka, which is considered to be one of the most awful prisons in Russia. And at Butyrka, there were no medical facilities for his operation, and they refused him all subsequent medical treatment. He went into a terrible downward spiral. He was in constant agonizing pain. He and his lawyers wrote desperate requests to every different branch of the criminal justice system, begging for medical attention. Every one of their requests was either ignored or denied in writing. On November 16th, 2009, he went into critical condition. On that night, the Butyrka authorities didn't want to have responsibility for him anymore, so they put him in an ambulance and sent him across town to a different prison that had a medical wing. They don't put him in the emergency room. They put him in an isolation cell, and they chained him to a bed, and 8 riot guards with rubber batons beat Sergei Magnitsky until he died. This was November 16th, 2009. He was 37 years old.
That's fucking insane. And they could just get away with that. Dude, if I was born in Russia, I'd do anything to just get the fuck out of there.
He left a wife and 2 children. I got the news the next morning, and it was the most horrifying, traumatizing.
KM Donny Tiller, sup bud? Did you watch the McGregor fight? Lol, yeah I did.
Effortless is what I'm gonna make this look tomorrow night. Effortless. Effortless is what I'm gonna make this look.
Yeah, that's not what happened. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced he was on nandrolone. You can see on his right nipple he has very obvious breast mass now that he didn't have before, and when he had that injury and he started training again and he looked like really big and bloated, that's like a nandrolone thing, and a lot of people thought he was taking steroids. I'm pretty sure he did nandrolone for a bit and then ended up getting gyno from it. Thanks for the donation though, Cam. That was the most epic, goose egg I've ever fucking seen in any sport.
News I could have ever gotten. I assumed that the worst case scenario for him was like a long prison sentence on trumped up charges. I couldn't have ever imagined that they would kill him. And when I was finally able to kind of clear my head and think about what I was going to do with this, I made a decision. I made a vow, which is that I was going to put aside my life as a businessman, and I was going to devote all of my time, energy, and resources going after the people who killed him and make sure they face justice. And that's what I've been doing for the last 17 years.
It's such a powerful story, Bill, because it's obviously about many things, but it's also about the nature of heroism. And we think about heroes looking a particular way or sounding a particular way. But Sergei was a hero in the truest sense of the word.
He really was. He really was. And the thing about it is that he was like an unexpected hero. I mean, in the sense that he was a tax lawyer. He was not a human rights lawyer. He was not a political activist. He's not Alexei Navalny or a journalist. He was just a tax lawyer working for rich guys, helping them with their taxes. But when he got thrown into this horrible situation, he did exactly I wish he hadn't been a hero. I wish he had been a flawed individual and he could have testified against me for anything and it would have been fine. He'd still be alive. But he was truly, he had principles, and when he was faced with this kind of duress, he did the most heroic thing. And the one thing I've learned a lot over the last 20 years is that sometimes the people you expect to be heroic aren't, and sometimes the people you had no idea are heroes turn out to be. And Sergei turned out to be an amazing hero.
Because that is, I don't think we can actually comprehend in the West what that's like to experience, what that's like to have the weight of a government come down on you, and the knowledge that there is literally nothing that you can do.
Yeah.
And whatever path that you take, however you attempt to redress it fairly by legal means, it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, this is the interesting thing about Sergei, was that up until the very end, he was an idealist. He actually believed that if he filed a complaint or he made a legal application, that somewhere in the system that the law would protect him. I asked him before he was arrested, I asked him to leave, and he said, Bill, this is not 1937. This is not Stalin's Russia. The law will protect me. And he believed it. And he believed it so much in a true lawyer's lawyer way. In his 358 days in detention, he filed 450 complaints documenting all this mistreatment and abuse and all this terrible stuff. Because he believed until the end, probably until they were beating him, that somehow it was going to come out all right. That's so he was a hero and an idealist, and I guess a naive idealist. And if he had been more cynical like everybody else in Russia, he would have signed what they wanted him to sign, and then he'd still be alive.
But also the part of the story, the subsequent part of the story shows that, you say he was a naive idealist, but with your help, he did enact some change.
He did. He changed the world. His sacrifice. So for me, the idea that he would die and it would be a meaningless death, I just couldn't live with that. I could not live with this thought that it'd be a meaningless death. And so I made it my life's work to make sure that there was some meaning to this tragedy. And the way that we got some meaning for this tragedy is that I wanted to get justice. I mean, and I wanted to make sure that the people that did this to him just couldn't laugh it off and enjoy their money. And we first, I guess me naively, at first we thought like maybe we can get justice in Russia. It had become very, very well known, this whole story. It didn't get swept under the carpet. I made sure of that. And because Sergei had written all these complaints, we had all this documentary evidence of what had happened to him. Not on the last night of his life, that we got later, but all these complaints. And so I gave them to the newspapers. There's a Russian opposition newspaper called Novaya Gazeta. They published one of his letters, with a long letter, in its entirety on the front page and like 8 pages in for everyone to read. And so it became a national cause célèbre. And I thought at first that we'd be able to get some kind of justice inside of Russia. And a lot of people were talking about it, and a lot of people were upset about it. But the authorities completely circled the wagons, completely and absolutely circled the wagons. And so,
Bro, when are you going to visit India? Virtually half the country is subscribed to your channel. Also, who is your favorite Bollywood actor? Do you like Shah Rukh Khan?
If half of India was subscribed to my channel, I would have a lot more subscribers. I don't think I'm ever going to go to India. I don't really want to get salmonella. And I don't know any Bollywood actors. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
And Putin got involved. Putin personally got involved. He got involved, and he personally exonerated every single official who played any role, top to bottom, in this whole thing. Everybody. And so it became clear there was no chance of getting justice inside of Russia. So I said, how do we get justice outside of Russia?
Going into this year, I told myself I was finally going to stop guessing about my health. Like most people, And use our code TRIGGER at checkout.
And so it became clear there was no chance of getting justice inside of Russia. So I said, how do we get justice outside of Russia? And the answer is that these people killed Sergei because they stole $230 million. And the $230 million that they stole, they don't keep in Russia. Because as easily as they stole it, it could be stolen from them. So what do they do with the money? They take it outside the country. And by the way, it's not like a mystery that that's what the Russians do. We see them everywhere, all over London and the south of France and Courchevel and Sardinia. I mean, they're everywhere with their money. And Russia's a poor country, but if you see Russians in Europe, you think it's a rich country because they're all spending all this stolen money. And so I came up with this idea, which is that if they killed Sergei for this money and they're traveling with this money and doing all this kind of stuff, why not take away their ability to travel to the West, and why not take away their ability to use their money in the West? And I took this idea to Washington, and I shared it with a Democratic senator named Benjamin Cardin and a Republican senator, John McCain. And I told them the same story that I've just shared with you and your audience today. And I said, can we freeze their assets and ban their travel? And these two senators said yes. And that became known as the Magnitsky Act. And it really took off. It really took off in Washington. And by the time it came for a vote, it passed the Senate 92-4. It passed the House of Representatives with 89.
Or polio for that matter.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And it became a federal law on December 14th, 2012. And Putin went out of his mind. This was probably the first time that anyone pushed back. I mean, we were living in a world of total appeasement of Putin. Everybody just wanted to appease him. People wanted Russian money. They wanted Russian gas in Germany. And this is the first time that something happened to him that wasn't his liking. He couldn't bluster his way out of this.
Was he named in the act?
He wasn't named in the act, but this was so the act basically said, Russia is such a corrupt country, full of such nasty human rights abuse and dirty business among corrupt officials, and they have such impunity that we have to punish them because they can't control themselves. They're such a bunch of dirty barbarians that they can't control their own country, so we need to impose. And so, I mean, it was really the ultimate insult to Putin, and the ultimate recognition of what's going on in Russia. And so as officials started getting sanctioned, he got so mad. He got so mad that he banned the adoption of Russian orphans by American families in retaliation. And the orphans that are being adopted are the sick ones that are being brought back to the West for they're adopted, they get medical treatment, they end up having normal lives. In Russia, they die in the orphanages. So he's basically sentencing his own orphans to death as a political gesture. He made repealing the Magnitsky Act his single largest foreign policy priority. And then he started going after me. Death threats, kidnapping threats, Interpol red notices. I've been on the Interpol red notice list 8 times.
What does that mean, Bill?
Interpol, International Police Organization.
But the red notice.
Yeah, so International Police Organization. It's like if someone is a fugitive from let's say someone like burns your house down in Britain, everyone knows it. If they flee to another country, Britain can put them on the Interpol red notice system, and then France will pick them up and return them to. So this is what Russia did to me. They said, "You're a criminal. We want you arrested. We want you sent to Russia, so that they could do the same thing to me that they did to Sergei Magnitsky." They applied to the British government a dozen times to have me extradited. They were making movies about me. There were smear campaigns. There was lawsuits. I mean, there was probably 200 people working in the Russian government trying to ruin my life because they were so angry with me about the Magnitsky Act. And they thought that with all this intensity and all this danger and all this threats, that I would back down. And they thought that all these threats to America with the adoptions, that these senators would back down. But it had just the opposite effect. The senators decided to make a global Magnitsky Act. So to sanction anybody who does this stuff anywhere and name it Magnitsky, which was the ultimate insult to Putin. And I started going to other countries. And I started getting Magnitsky Acts in other countries. And we got the Magnitsky Act in Canada in 2017, here in the UK in 2018, in the European Union in 2020, Australia 2021, various other, Iceland, Norway, Montenegro, Kosovo, 35 countries now have Magnitsky Acts. And coming back to Sergei's, how he's changed the world is that now if you're a victim of human rights abuse anywhere in the world, you can go to the US or to the UK or to Canada and get those people sanctioned. And it scares the hell out of people, bad guys, if they can't travel, if they can't spend their money, if their money's not safe, if their money's going to be frozen. It scares them really profoundly. And so I think, I don't know for sure, but I think that there are probably people who are asked to do terrible things that don't do terrible things because they don't want their money frozen. They don't want to become international pariahs. I think that Sergei's death saves lives, and it certainly gives victims something to some measure of justice.
Bill, and while Sergei was in pre-trial detention, I imagine you were doing everything in your power to try and help him get him released. Why do you think his leadership has changed as much as it has? Because when he first came in, as you mentioned, he was a kind of faceless technocrat. Then he cracked down on the oligarchs, and you know, there will be a lot of people who hate his regime who nonetheless will objectively say you couldn't have a country run by what was called 7 bankers. You probably one of them.
I was one of them. I was cheering when he took down Hodorkovsky. I thought 1 down, 21 to go. and then he paid Roman Abramovich $13 billion for his oil company and made him the governor of Chukotka region, which is like some state of Russia. So on one hand, you take down one oligarch, another one you give him $13 billion. How is that taking down the oligarchs? So
But what I was going to ask you, Bill, sorry, just to I hear you about the oligarchs, and in fact, we know that now an oligarch in Russia has become a government-appointed position, effectively, right?
It always was.
Yeah. Well, no. In the 90s, there was a period when they were self-made.
When Putin came in, that was the moment that they became. There's no such thing as independently wealthy oligarchs. They're all dependently wealthy, and and by the way, people say, how come they're not rising up right now because the business is so bad and so on. These guys are the most cowardly beta cuck people ever when it comes to Putin. You should see them in his presence. They're just like these little, they're all pounding their chests when they're by themselves. But the moment they're in Putin's presence, they're all just scared to death of him. Cowardly people.
Mm. And so why do you think his leadership evolved? Because my understanding is the reason that he was, objectively successful as Russian president for a long time and popular is that the price of oil went up massively from like $9 a barrel to over 100 at one point. And so Russia, which generates almost all of its revenues by exporting oil and gas, was very rich all of a sudden, and he could spend money on, doing up Moscow, making it nice, and all sorts of other things, public services, etc. Why would a leader of a country that's flourishing in this way go and start a war that would get the country sanctioned, all of his people sanctioned, cause all sorts of economic turbulence, etc.?
Because he stole too much money. So he's been a crook since before he started. He was in the mayor's office in St. Petersburg, skimming. He's been and by the way, nobody in Russia goes into public service to serve the public. If you're a traffic cop, you stop cars and extract bribes. If you're a regional planning person, you want to get a planning permission for a building, you extract a bribe, and the bribes get bigger and bigger and so Putin stole an absolute enormous amount of money, like more money than you can imagine. And by the way, it wasn't just him. All the people around him stole a lot of money. My guess, my estimate, is that over the course of 22 years, up until the start of the war, that 1,000 individuals, Putin and 1,000 or 999 individuals, had stolen $1 trillion from the Russian government. $1 trillion. And by the way, that is the estimate of capital flight from Russia. And so that's money that should have been spent on schools and hospitals and roads and public services. Instead, it was spent on private jets and yachts and houses in the south of France. And you could probably do this on a smaller scale over a shorter period of time and get away with it. But they just stole too much money. I mean, there's 141 million Russians living in destitute poverty and 1,000 people living in the most lavish life you can ever imagine. And I believe that Putin saw that all it would take was someone lighting a match somewhere and the whole thing could come, there could be 1 million people storming the Kremlin. And nobody knows what that match would be. Like in Tunisia, a fruit seller set himself on fire, and that led to the Tunisian government falling, and that led to the Egyptian and Syria and so on and so forth. Nobody knows how these things work. But what Putin knew was that he didn't want to be sitting in the Kremlin just waiting for the day that people came for him. And he's a very careful, he's a very smart guy in terms of understanding all this. And so he said, I'm not going to wait for people to get mad at me. And so let's manufacture an enemy. And the Ukrainians, by almost any definition before all this stuff happened, weren't enemies. There was no beef between them. It was completely manufactured. They started calling the Ukrainians Nazis and fascists.
Can I DM you on Insta to ask about how to buy stuff online?
Yeah, you can. No problem. Thanks for the donation. I love Richard more than Mom.
It has some historical resonance because of the Second World War, and people still think about that in Russia. And they call them Nazis and fascists. They said that they were doing all these terrible things that they weren't doing. They made up this whole thing in order to have an enemy. And then they went and took Crimea. And by the way, Crimea was a bloodless capture. There was a bunch of soldiers already there. Almost nobody died. And his approval ratings went through the roof, and he was sitting there very pretty. But he needed to keep that up there, and he needed to keep this enemy going. And so then they went into eastern Ukraine. In my estimation, why did they launch a full-scale invasion in February of 2022? This was right after COVID. A lot of leaders in different countries were losing their place because of COVID. People were pretty angry at all. Everyone was angry at their governments. And Putin understood the value of war. They already had a self-proclaimed enemy, which is the Ukrainians, so based on this thing. And at this point, it was all about saving his own ass, saving his own skin, not wanting to have the Russian people turn on him after COVID. And I think that's why he went in. And I think that, it used to be profit maximization when him and all these guys were stealing $1 trillion. And then they stole too much money, and then it was purely about survival. And by the way, if Putin ever loses power, what happens to him? He goes to jail. all his money gets taken away, and one day he'll be hanging from the rafters.
Well, this is what I don't actually understand about the rationale with doing this, because once he started this war, the possibility that he's going to enjoy his billions outside of Russia goes to zero. He will not be able to do that objectively. But also, he knows, of course, that, you know, he might be able to do a deal like Yeltsin did, but it's hard to imagine. And so I guess what I'm saying is he's ended any possibility of him surviving comfortably outside of Russia and inside of Russia, which I guess, now that I'm saying it out loud, means he will not leave power ever.
There you go. He can't leave power, and so he can never give up. And by the way, if he ends this war, he loses power. He won't be in power anymore. And I think that's the most important recognition that anyone can make, which is that all this talk about negotiation isn't going to go anywhere, because he needs the war to stay in power. He needs power. He needs to be in power to stay alive, and that's what he's going to do. And even if it's going to cost another 5 million Russian young men, even if it's going to cost another $500 billion of resources, he will burn through everything in order to stay in power.
But Bill, he can't do this indefinitely. There has to be an end at some point, surely.
Well, I mean, look at North Korea. You know, North Korea has been going on for a very long time. I mean, he can really take Russia down a terrible dark road. He already has, but it can get a lot darker, because he doesn't care about anything other than himself. He has no sense of responsibility, no sense of empathy, no sense of national interest whatsoever. It's purely about himself, and I think that's the big misunderstanding in the West, is that we have a guy who, I mean, almost nobody else is like that. I mean, Hitler was like that, Stalin was like that, Pol Pot was like that, but it's kind of hard for us to imagine in our own heads someone being like that in the modern day.
And I think that's part of the problem, isn't it? In that we look at Putin through a Western lens, and we think, oh, you know, he's a leader of a country. He must think like us. He must, because he thinks like us, therefore we must be able to get around a table with him, have a negotiation, and give him what he wants, because it's kind of what we would want.
And he's created a narrative about things that he's upset with. So he said, I'm upset with NATO. People joining NATO, Eastern European countries joining NATO. I'm upset with these Nazis and fascists in Ukraine. I have a vision of a bigger part of the map that I want for my. And he's created these narratives. And so we in the West say, well, maybe we can give him this or do that, or give him a little more of Ukraine, and then he'll calm down. But it has nothing to do with what he wants. All he wants is just to save his own skin. And to save his own skin, he needs to be in power, and to be in power, he needs this war. And so it's all this complete sort of, we're almost negotiating with ourselves based on this fake stuff he puts out there, and he has reason to put it out there. Why does he put out this NATO stuff and this Nazi stuff? He puts it out for public consumption because the Russian people need something to hang their hat on. They can't just say, we're having a war for no reason. We need a reason for the war. But that's not the reason why he's at war. It's just a reason for public consumption.
So how should the West deal with the situation?
What we should do is just let the Ukrainians finish him off. They're actually, I mean, if we gave them the resources that they need, and we've sort of drip-fed resources to them, we've given them, enough so that they could not lose, but not so much that they could win. If we gave them the resources to win, and by the way, they'd be doing us a great service getting rid of this guy who's threatening us right now. Some Russian-sponsored guys tried to burn down the prime minister's house. I mean, that just came out in court.
Jeez.
It's not like we're sort of sitting here all immune from this thing. So how could we deal with this? There's got to be either one side is going to win and the other side lose, or vice versa. So either Ukraine is going to win and Russia is going to lose, or the other way around. And what we could do is give the Ukrainians, the stuff so they shoot down the missiles coming into Ukraine. Give them the 220 billion euros sitting but that belongs to Russia, sitting in Brussels, so they can buy weapons. Give them to cut off all Russian oil exports so that Russia has no more money. We could help them a lot. We could help them win this war. But we are also just sort of, wanting this negotiation, not wanting to push things too far. And while we're busy doing that, the Ukrainians are getting on with it as best they can and doing a pretty good job even without what we're doing.
I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying. I have family in Ukraine, people watching the show will be familiar. I don't want to repeat myself. But I'm also analyzing the logic of what you're saying, and I don't know that works for me, because if we give the Ukrainians what they need to win, whatever that means, surely Putin, in the desperate straits that he is in, will only continue to escalate as much as he can, all the way up to using tactical nuclear weapons, or where do we go?
Well, so that is the exact reason, that sort of logic flow that you've just laid out is the exact reason why Biden gave the Ukrainians all the weapons they wanted, but he said you can't use them hitting targets in Russia, which is the worst thing in the world. I mean, it's actually, even though Trump has cut off Ukraine fully for reasons of his own making, that means that the Americans can't tell Ukraine not to hit Russia. And anyone who's been watching the news, the images of these oil refineries in Moscow and St. Petersburg blowing up is quite extraordinary. So that was the logic. It's all going to lead to nuclear holocaust. We don't want to go there. Let's not even consider this. But let's just think about what happens if he uses a nuclear weapon. Does he win the war? So if let's say he hits Kiev with a nuclear attack, what happens the next day? Do the Ukrainians give up? Are they completely discombobulated and they can't? I don't think so. It's a highly dispersed country. It's a very big country. The Russians are the main problem they're having is they can't get across the front line. Are all the guys operating the drones all dead? No, they're all over the place. They're not dead. And so all he's done is then all of a sudden the Chinese are saying, well, we can't give you any more money. The rest, I mean, to the extent that the global South is supporting Putin, they all step away. And so Putin becomes, an absolute, fully defined war criminal, having committed atrocities against civilians, and he hasn't won the war. And so he understands that probably the launch of a nuclear weapon is the end of Putin. I mean, that's probably the logic. I mean, he would have already done it if he thought that was going to help him. I mean, 5 years into this war, longer than World War I, I don't think so. And so the answer is that the way this could all find itself over is that if the Ukrainians continue at this pace and continue making life so difficult for the Russians, then I imagine it being like the Korean War. I mean, so my prediction is a Korean War type of thing, where the Korean War, by the way, is still going on. Nobody ever ended it. You have a front line, you have a demilitarized zone, and they're not lobbing stuff at each other anymore. I imagine that at some point it's going to become so painful for Putin, all these oil refinery attacks and all the attacks on his economy, that he's not going to then attack Ukrainian civilians anymore, because that's going to be the quid pro quo. And then you have a front line, and then it eventually just sort of calms down. Nobody negotiates anything, nobody declares peace, and it eventually just becomes.
We already watched the Frank Tufano news.
Reinforced on both sides, and that's how this war ends. I think that's the ultimate ending for this whole thing.
I was going to say, normally we finish by asking, I guess what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be, and you should feel free to answer that. But in addition to that, one of the things I always wanted to ask you was, what is it that you know about the Russian mindset and Vladimir Putin's mindset that most people don't understand?
Well, I think the main thing I know about his mindset is that he is a total sociopath. I mean, that we can't negotiate with a sociopath. That everybody looks at him and says he looks kind of like us. We're all sort of, he's a Christian, he's a Caucasian, he's a European. They say, we must be able to talk to him, and there's no talking to him. There's no similarity between him and us in any possible way. And as quickly as we can dispose of that notion that he's like us, I think the easier it'll be for us to come up with the policies we need to contain him.
So Bill Browder, thank you so much for coming on the show.
And of course, the story that you told us and the Sergei story is told very beautifully and in much more detail.
That is some crazy fucked up shit. That the police can literally do whatever the fuck they want, like just torture people to death who are like investigating them. Oh, that's good.
Now to the frightening scene at Yellowstone National Park. A grandfather out on a walk with his grandson was attacked by a charging bison and thrown at least 8 feet into the air. He was injured but is expected to be okay. ABC's Melissa Dunn has the latest.
Tonight,
that bison got angry.
These are the heart-stopping moments. A grandfather was attacked by a bison at Yellowstone National Park. The dramatic video posted online by a professional photographer shows a bison, which can weigh more than 1,500 pounds, charging after the 65-year-old, flipping him into the air. You see the man and his grandchild stop to take photos of the bison. Seconds later, the massive mammal then charges, chasing the family around trees before the man is thrown multiple feet into the
Why didn't he just stay in the trees?
Air, seriously injuring him.
Bison! Look out, bison!
Another video shows the bison running past tents at a campsite before the incident. The grandfather is lucky
I mean, it's a bison.
to be alive. Millions of people visit Yellowstone every year to see the park's famous wildlife. Unfortunately, this is not the first time we've seen bison charging tourists.
As for that
Yeah, it's because they're stupid. Really stupid. Oh. Ow.
What did you bring me for?
It's a mouse.
Meh.
That can't be
Fun
real.
fact, every year bison kill as many people as grizzly bears.
Really? I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2.
Draymond is bracing. And Joker, instead of going around him, he just banging and banging and banging. When a guy's banging you, you spin off of him. Those are the worst defenders to play against, actually, because if you can feel their body, come on.
18 points for Joker, only Nugget in double figures. 69-59. Golden State shooting 67.
You're way out of order right now. You're way out of order.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny clips. Charles Barkley. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Oh my god, that's such a fuzzy cat. It's not nice. Catch. What the fuck is this asshole doing? These people are dickheads. It's not even funny. I like this one. Cat get bit by snake.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, it's a big bobcat.
The 2-year-old Siberian lynx.
Oh, lynx.
Known as the Eurasian lynx. Sorry, you say hello?
You know who also passes the kitty dangle test? Is Phoebe.
Oh. Wow, dangle.
Pats, the booty pats. Everybody loves the booty pats.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Wow, he's fast.
Look at your paws.
Are you okay? You're not well, are you? I don't think you're well. Oops.
Come on, give me 5.
It's your big kitty. Oh my god. Oh.
There's a lynx in this guy's car. That is crazy.
Stupid kids. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. The first Mad Max movie was really weird. Most people haven't seen it, but it's a really, really weird movie. It's hard to explain, but it just makes no fucking sense. Goonie goo goo.
Hey, at least it was still better than that piece of shit Fury Road.
Fury Road was good. What are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Uh... Uh... Nah.
Warning, this content is for entertainment and education. Is from Stephen K. Stephen asks, Polly Walnuts, if estradiol is crashed from EQ or Primo, can you add NPP as a third compound instead of using D-ball, as you suggested before, to bring E2 back up? Stephen, it does seem that NPP, nandrolone, does increase estrogen conversion. It does seem to have some effect on aromatase. I'm not a biochemist. I'm not 100% sure, but there does seem to be an enhanced estradiol conversion when NPP or nandrolone is in the stack. We'll see it. I've seen it over and over and over and over again. Estrogen levels are going to be higher when you're running nandrolone alongside of testosterone, and probably because of the progestinic effect of the nandrolone and other downstream effects hormonally, nandrolone seems to cause more estrogen-related issues. Now, is that the solution for crashed estrogen? I don't think that's the ideal one. You could certainly put it in place and see what happens, get things retested. The quick fix, as I mentioned before, is just running a little bit of D-ball. If you get yourself really smashed, HCG should be another option. Generally, what I would do is just change the ratio long-term, change the ratio of primobolan or equipoise, whatever your secondary compound is, to your testosterone. You can lower those or up your testosterone or do both. And long term, that should fix it. The issue with EQ that guys run into with EQ is that it has such a long half-life. And once estrogen is smashed with EQ, you tend to be stuck for a while. As I mentioned in the earlier question on this Q&A, EQ seems to be more aggressive at lowering estradiol than primobolan does. Primobolan is a nice middle ground. Primobolan is my preferred anabolic. I tend to run it because it seems to be gentler on estrogen, but...
Dude, people are so fucking gay and retarded with Primo. I don't know what the obsession with it is. My supplier just got Primo and Masteron back in stock, and they had roughly the same quantity. They had like 200 vials made of Primo, 200 of Mast. Literally the next day, they had the Primo in stock. It was all gone. They still have about 100 vials of Mast left. But literally the next day, they had it in stock. Gone. I don't get what the, like, insane, absurd obsession with Primo is, and it's so fucking ridiculously expensive. Like, it's dosed at 100 milligrams per mil, and, like, at least here, Canada, they're selling it for around $150 to $170 a vial. So if you're running, like what, 500 milligrams of Primo, that'll last... like, literally, what? It would be 1,000 for the whole vial. If you're running 500 milligrams per week, that's 2 weeks. And then, like, to get through a month, you know, it's like over $300. It's just like, it's just fucking insane. And that's like, again, a relatively moderate dose of the drug. Like, if you're trying to be a pro and you're using that as a primary anabolic, you're really gonna burn through fucking money quick. You could spend that money on growth hormone. So I don't know what the fucking ridiculous retard obsession with Primo is.
For those of us that are high estradiol converters, it is aggressive enough that it will pull that estrogen back down into range. Typically, I find when I run it, it's something like 60% of my testosterone dose. It pulls me nicely at the top end of the reference range. Equipoise, on the other hand, at 50% of my testosterone dose, even then, it will bring my estrogen down pretty low. It is definitely more aggressive at lowering estrogen than Primobolan is. So that's just something that you have to keep in mind when you're running it. I know all the...
I don't understand how some people can run super high doses of EQ. Dave Palumbo, for whatever reason, he doesn't seem to get an AI effect from EQ. He's run like a gram of EQ, and it doesn't act as an AI for him.
The old school bodybuilders, I remember back in the early 2000s, the cycle that everybody loved to fucking run. And it sort of makes sense now because we didn't understand the effects of all this stuff like we do now, was testosterone, equipoise, and DECA. And what I used to see guys would do, they would run something like a gram of test, 600 EQ and 300 DECA. That was the old school way of going. And then, you know, maybe some D-bol or anadrol sprinkled in here and there. That was the old school bodybuilding get huge cycle. I will say that
I drew you after the boob implants.
It's pretty accurate. Thank you. Appreciate the donation on Wib.
I disagree. I thought it was an SJW piece of shit. It was barely even a Mad Max movie, it was more about the female lead. The entire premise of the film was woke, two men ruined the world. I think the whole human race is responsible for that.
I didn't really get that from the movie. Yeah, I did not get that at all from the movie. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
That DECA, Nandrolone was my favorite one for adding size, but it is sort of spin the wheel with side effects as you get older. I can't really use it anymore. It just causes too much problems. The juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore. Same thing with the orals. You know, maybe sprinkle them in here and there, but as I've gotten older, orals just don't agree with me. Well, ideally, in an ideal world, if you're having issues with crushed estrogen, you really just want to get that ratio of estradiol to your secondary compound dialed in, is where your estrogen is going to be in range. I would say the safer approach would be to start off lower with your secondary anabolic, the ratio lower. You can always increase it if estrogen is too high, but start off lower and then use that there. If you start off too high, as the guy in the previous question, it seems like he has his EQ too high compared to his testosterone, it's hard to backtrack from. And I've made that mistake before, and then you get stuck with a period of 6-8 weeks where you're fucked and you feel like shit because your estrogen's crashed. You got to be, you know, I would say it's easier to go up than it is to go down when you are talking about correcting.
Jesus. The fuck?
was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Pull up.
Poor baby.
Is that breakfast? Do you want breakfast?
Oh.
I'll take that as a yes. Rose is comforting her sister because we're dealing with a very difficult day in Iggy World, aren't we, girls? Excuse me? That is not for you.
Oh.
Are you... Oh, okay.
Could my dog survive in the wild? No, he'd die. Let's be serious. You'd die pretty, but you'd die.
What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck?
Greyhounds are pretty weird. Oh, little baby deer.
I admit it was a bit more subtle. About it self-hating men than something like the 2016 female Ghostbusters, but it was still very SJW.
2016 Ghostbusters was just so monumentally awful. I don't know what the fuck happened there. That was crazy. But yeah, I liked Fury Road. I thought the original Mad Max 2 was better, but yeah, I still liked Fury Road. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, like Lord Humongous, and then there's the feral kid, and there's the dude with the boomerang. That was pretty funny. Dear friend. Oh. My goodness. Wow.
This guy is a fucking retard and I don't know how people actually believe into his bullshit. Same guy that said eating a Hershey bar is the same thing as eating grapes.
Oh yeah, this guy. He's fucking insane. He was trying to convince people that cigarette smoking is good for you. Like, it's so bizarre.
What about quinoa? Not your friend. It's a lectin landmine. Same for green beans, lentils, and other.
Yeah, lectins are good for you. Yeah, lectin consumption is like a good thing, and beans and lentils are the single food most associated with living long.
Legumes. Want a filling carb? You'd be much better off eating a sweet potato. What about quinoa?
Yeah, he's fucking retarded. These sort of people appeal to people with eating disorders and are just very anxiety prone. They just want somebody to tell them weird random shit and just arbitrarily avoid certain foods just because they're just neurotic, anxiety prone fuckwits. But thanks for the donation, Conor McGregor knee. Your baby. Wow. It's your little baby. My goodness. That's good. Gross.
Okay, I know you're.
I hate kids. Fucking annoying.
The moment we have all been waiting for. Petunia brought her baby. Oh, but it's running away. Petunia, is that your baby?
Oh, porcupine.
Come back. Maybe when she sees Mom's okay with me. Petunia, is that your baby? Is that your baby? That baby right there. Pigeon's still here. Porky showed up, so the baby took off and ran across my driveway into the ditch there. I knew you had a baby.
Oh my goodness.
We knew it, didn't we, everyone? We knew she had a baby.
Oh.
Look, I found the baby. Look, look, look.
I want to have a snack with a porcupine. Oh my god, they're so person.
Porky showed up.
Look how person they are.
My phone is like full. I have no
Oh my god, they're so person.
storage.
Are you gonna try Melanotan too? Yeah, I likely will. I don't really have to order anything now. Like maybe if they have another growth kit in stock, I'll just order some more growth with the Melanotan. I get a better deal with Telmisartan from another place. Yeah, they randomly had the 270 IU HGH kit in stock, so I ordered one. I don't know when they're going to be in stock again. It seems like they just have like a little bit trickling in. They might have like some dude who's just smuggling a few kits in from China every like couple weeks. It's pretty cheap. Like, I think for my skin tone, I'd only have to take 0.5 milligram a week. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have to take much. Well, maybe I could order some more TB500. That might actually make sense. I'll order some TB. And get the Melanotan. Oh,
shit. Okay.
poor Moose.
It's okay, buddy.
Oh. Oh.
Nope.
Oh, big moose.
I'm glad I caught you.
I love
How
moose
are
noses. Wow.
What in the fuck? No fucking way.
Oh no, don't eat my cookies. It's my husband's birthday. Oh.
These two. Moose. They're so big.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh. 2-inch beast, don't need $2. What is a good beginner anime would you recommend? I matched with this girl on Tinder and she likes watching it, and I don't know shit about anime. I want to get into In the Guts though. Much love, BBC King. The like #1 recommended anime for people who aren't anime fans is like pretty much always Death Note. It doesn't really have any of the traditional anime tropes, and it's more of a traditional kind of American style supernatural like crime thriller. From there, there's some comedy animes that you'd probably like. The Disastrous Life of Psyche K is really great. Mob Psycho 100 is really good. One Punch Man, Prison School. You'd probably like Dragon Ball Z. Naruto's good. Just make sure if you watch Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z or Naruto, you watch an episode guide. You like use an episode guide to avoid filler episodes. Yeah, so those are some of my like go-to recommendations.
Main carb in my diet.
You're not a horse. Oats were designed to fatten horses for winter. Organic oats have huge amounts of glyphosate. Glyphosate, it's an antibiotic. And the weird thing about glyphosate, it can cause leaky gut all by itself.
What can I do to replace them?
So use millet or sorghum. They're hull-less.
Okay.
Oats have a protein that...
Yeah, oats are fine.
Cross-reacts with gluten. And there are no such thing as a glyphosate-free oats.
I like how this guy is like, eating oats will make you fat, and then he's fat. So you're avoiding oats and you're fat. So I'm pretty sure any food that you eat too much of will make you fat.
In this country.
I actually literally this morning bought a 10-pound bag of oats that I'm going to go home and I'm going to toss out.
Give it to your horse.
Any advice on getting more literate? Any recommendations for books? The most important thing is reading shit that you actually like, because if you don't like anything you're reading, you're not going to read. So, my two absolute favorite pieces of literature are Berserk and Gantz. They're manga. So just get into reading anything that you enjoy. It doesn't really matter what it is. It could be comic books, manga, erotic novels. Who the fuck cares? Just read whatever you actually find interesting. Is that a wombat? Oh, raccoon. Oh no.
Oh my god. His feet must be ripe.
Jeez. Oh.
What
Uh-oh. Oh. Owl. Jagoosh.
Kenny thought he saw a bear last night.
That's a dog.
I know y'all ain't never went camping with the deer before.
Oh.
It's
It's a
the boy.
deer.
He didn't bring a sleeping bag for you.
I don't think I've slept one single minute the entire night. It's just so bad. There it is.
Were you
Jesus.
Team Eren or humanity in Attack on Titan? He destroyed billions of his enemies.
I haven't seen the last season of Attack on Titan. I've still got to watch that. So yeah, I didn't finish it. Thanks for the donation though, Blur.
Do you see it? Yeah.
Oh. Mouse. Bobcat.
Is that guy really a doctor? I guess they just give out licenses to anyone nowadays. I was donating to ask if you have ever taken any panic meds. I take hydroxyzine and it knocks me out. I have cardiophobia and it really sucks. Any advice for mental health?
Yeah, that guy's really a doctor. Look, if you graduate medical school with a C, you're still a doctor. So, like, I know people who've gone through medical school and shit. Pretty much everything you learn is practically useless for the actual job. So you just have a lot of people who are just able to memorize and regurgitate information and don't get any really good practical training. And just don't have good critical thinking skills, period. And then they just end up being dumbasses. Like, yeah, like Dr. Grundy, who's a fucking idiot who tells people that they're gonna die if they eat fucking beans or something. I've never been on panic meds. I have been on antidepressants for depression and anxiety and antipsychotics. The most effective drug for treatment of depression and anxiety in men is testosterone. But it's rarely ever prescribed for that. I would highly recommend getting your testosterone levels checked, including your estrogen and free testosterone. Oftentimes, men's mental health problems are just from low testosterone, and what's considered low is it's kind of stupid. Like if your test levels are at like in the 300s, they're like, oh yeah, it's normal. Like if your test is in the 300s, you're hypogonadal. So get your testosterone levels checked. I would say if your testosterone's below 500, there's a very good likelihood that if you have some sort of anxiety or panic issues, it's related to that. But yeah, otherwise, at the end of the day, it's just all in your head. It's all a matter of perspective. We're all going to die anyway, so when you put it in that kind of perspective, what do we have to worry about? All of our problems go away on their own, because we just end up dying. Thanks for the donation, Top Gooner. Are you going to watch the new Jackass movie? Nope. could not give two fucking shits. I hate Jackass. I hate everybody who's in Jackass. I've always hated Jackass. Never liked it at any point. I just think it's stupid. That's good. That's really good. That was really good. Oh, these look good.
No! Hey! You leave him alone.
This right here is why we don't crawl. Stand up. Don't scream at me.
Oh, poor
You did this to yourself.
cow.
Well, I guess it worked. I've taught my bull how to sit. Can y'all do that? Good job, Boo-Boo.
Aww.
Did you know how to get to Kanab from here? That way? All right, thank you.
Quit your fucking shit. You quit, don't you do it. Goddamn, quit it. Quit. Oh! Come on, Cass!
All cats truly are the same.
Yeah, they're all cats. Very cat-like. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You ever heard of the ADHD drug Strattera? No, I have not.
Go home.
Would I ever go camping? Not totally opposed to it. I've just never been.
Love my sweet boy.
Oh, such a nice wolf. Wow. So big and fluffy. Oh. You're big fluffy guys.
Who's standing on me?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at your sweet little face.
You're so big.
Do it.
Wow, so big.
That's my boy.
Oh my god, you're so big. Do you take any estrogen blockers? The only thing I do is I take Boldenone. Boldenone's a steroid that does act as an aromatase inhibitor, but I don't take any like estrogen blocking drugs like Arimidex or Anastrozole. It's a Binturong. What the hell? I didn't know they did that. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, I want a Binturong. Oh, they are silly. Oh my god. I love how silly they are. Wow.
Listen to this noise.
Oh my god. Oh, that's your baby.
1, 2, 3, ho!
Wow. Wow. That's an egg. Bentrongs are pretty cool.
Trying to watch the road, and I just feel like I'm being watched.
Is that a pelican?
Hey, bro, we got the homie out here, gang. He by himself, bear.
Oh, poor
Keep your
baby
head up,
bird.
bro.
He needs help.
Oh, wait. I think they just kissed. Never mind. That's us, bro. They just...
No.
Oh. Yep, I have noticed that Paul eats vegetables and no longer says they're going to kill you. It's kind of funny how that works out.
This is my reaction to Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway 2, which just took place in the main event of UFC 329, where clear fight week. And this is the result we get. This is the worst possible outcome of this main event. I see people that don't like Conor McGregor rejoicing at this outcome.
Yeah, dude, that was hilarious watching that live. Like, that just blew my fucking mind. That he just KO'd himself and twisted his knee with that stupid fucking kick.
No, he starts the fucking fight with a lunging, jumping switch kick to the head on Max Holloway. Steps in, and remember, steps off of that bad leg, because there's a whole bunch of conspiracies about what this actually was. Steps in from that bad leg, jumps himself up off of his front one, and switches into a high kick attempt, which comes very close to landing on Max Holloway's face, by the way. Lands on this leg here. The fight's basically over, dude.
What a dumbass.
It's done. Just like that. Just like that. Just a few seconds into the return we've all been waiting for. Just a few seconds in to the UFC being so back. We're so back. And the guy fucking falls down on his leg yet again. His right leg just completely...
It's kind of weird. I don't know why he tried to keep kicking after he fucked up his knee. You'd think he'd just, you know, swing.
Completely gives way. Horrible result. Energy of the guy during his walkout that he had, and there's some backstage footage of him kicking pads as well. There's people that think they've isolated a moment where he may have injured his leg. There's conspiracies. There's talk of this guy. He's got 2 fights.
I love animals. Donate $2.
Just wanted to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing and me. Just wanted to give you...
I think he understood.
All I'm saying is don't give me attitude.
What the heck is going on with your leg? You fat rolls. I apologize.
Lie down.
Not allowed on the bed, you. No! Yeah.
Give it. Give it.
You mad? Come here. Come.
He turned his head.
Come.
Benji. Benji.
Since we are reacting to cute animals, VG, if this is not an excuse to kill children, then I don't know what is.
Go look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get your
You're
tongue
so
off my
personal.
door.
Don't huff and puff at me.
Jay, thank you very much.
What?
Jeez.
This is my new carpet. It's new. Come on, man.
No. No. Stop it. You take 6 feet back. Back up. Back up. What the hell?
Cause I don't know why you even left it open. If you was done, you'd have came. Girl.
Hi, how are you?
Oh.
Okay.
Oakley, come here.
I like huskies.
Eat some of my food. I'm not cooking this morning. What's your problem? Go.
Bagel.
Shy guy.
Bagel.
Ginger! Look at me.
You're very person. Very person.
Sheriff's office is asking for the community's help. They're trying to identify a group of children who were seen abusing a small dog at a boat ramp in Middle.
Yeah, I'd hunt down and, I guess I have to be careful what I say on YouTube, but let me just say those children would never have children of their own after I'm done with them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
All I'm saying is don't give me
I hate the music and shit they add. Most online content now is really being just geared towards retards. Like, it's just fucking slop horse shit. Like, even, like, this isn't funny. This is just, like, animals fighting. People are fucking stupid. And, there's always, like, dumb music added, or, like, people think it's funny when somebody just screams. It's fucking annoying.
It's left on his contract. He wants to get out of his UFC contract. Haha, that's one fight less. No damage taken. I'm past it anyway, but I showed up in shape. I went out there, got my paycheck, one more. I don't know if you can see, and he was off the line, ripping lines here and there. He had this energy about him in those walkouts, this absolute confidence, or at least some kind of like
Pick for the most underrated shooter. I don't think a lot of people have played Time Shift. Time Shift was really good back in the day. I think that was underappreciated. I feel like the Wolfenstein The New Order was kind of slept on a little bit. Like, it was a big game, but New Order and Old Blood are really, really fucking good. The new Colossus had some bad missions, like one in particular where you're on that stupid dog thing. But the new Colossus was still really good, but New Order and Old Blood were nearly perfect. Like, those were absolutely fantastic. So I think those are underappreciated too, even though they were kind of big games. They're not as like revered as much as like Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Damn, you look amazing. And this is all from veganism. Had no idea vegans could consume enough calories to get that big. Well, veganism and steroids. I went on steroids last year in August. I got pretty big without the steroids. Like, I benched 410. But, yeah, like, been on steroids for last year.
Display of confidence to cope with maybe a lack of it. This was the first McGregor walkout where I just didn't even recognize him, man. He was sweating out of his face, and people...
Mercenaries 2 was really fucking janky. The first game, like, just worked better. I liked the art style and everything of Army of Two. Like, the setting was more interesting. But that was a pretty fucking jank, weird game. Especially on PC. But, yeah, that was a really weird jank game. I never played Army of Two. That game did look good, but I never played it. Never played Ghost Recon Future Soldier. I played Advanced Warfare 2.
Yeah, dang, these new YouTube community guidelines just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, they are, especially the stupid one about showing firearms on stream. That one's really stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
People are going to say, oh, it's the Vaseline they put on. It was during the walkout.
Yeah, dude, steroids fucking work. I got pretty red-pilled on steroids last year, and especially now that I'm on them, it's crazy to me that, like, everyone doesn't just take them. Like, it's fucking stupid. You don't have to take a ridiculous, massive, huge amount of fucking gear. Like, you just need a little bit, and they go a really fucking long way.
Sweating, eyes weird. He was just sort of walking through with, like, he didn't soak in the moment.
You excited to see the Hulk come back in the new Spider-Man movie? I like the Hulk. You know, scenes with the Hulk are always cool. But it just depends. Like, if the movie sucks, the movie sucks. But, you know, I do like the Hulk. It is always cool seeing action scenes with the Hulk. I had a dream a little while ago where I got Hulk powers. And it was so fun being so strong. I could, like, jump like miles and miles and miles and just like full force just smash my fist through fucking buildings and knock down buildings. I really wish I could be that strong. That'd be great. I could finally get rid of Hassan and Penguin Zero and people I don't like without any consequence. That'd be really nice.
Moment. He didn't have a swagger to him. He didn't have any like intensity to him whatsoever. He looked like a guy going out there knowing he was about to lose. And it gave me no confidence in him in the fight. Zero confidence. And you know who this is also bad for? Max Holloway.
Yeah, I played Black. A lot of people didn't play Black. That one is kind of slept on. But Black was really dope.
He gets fucking nothing from this. Now, fair play, he gets a win on his record. It extends his career in the UFC, but it's just a free paycheck for him. He gets millions. There's some good...
That's like the best W, not even having to fight and then getting paid a shit ton of money.
Good stuff to come of it. But in terms of getting like momentum and some kind of like resurgence of fame, Max Holloway didn't get anything from this.
Thoughts on bodybuilding being a sign of body dysphoria? I think you mean dysmorphia. the thing is, everybody has their own sense of beauty, so the only way you can really diagnose a body image disorder is if people have extreme psychological distress from the way they perceive themselves looking, or if they have a delusional sense of how they look. And like, again, the only way to diagnose that is to like show an image of themselves, and then they'll say, wow, I'm really fat, or I'm really small, or I'm too skinny, you know, what have you. And then you show them a picture of somebody who looks exactly the same as they do. And then they say, oh yeah, that person looks fine. Then it's clearly a problem with their own self-esteem and self-image, and they just have a delusional sense of themselves. But a lot of people just do bodybuilding and get super turbo jacked just because they want to look like that. I mean, there's a reason why Dragon Ball Z is really fucking popular. Fist of the North Star is even a bit older, and like that was really popular. You know, you've got Berserk, you know, Guts, like tons of fucking dudes in like a lot of animes are just turbo jacked. And just media in general, like Schwarzenegger is one of the biggest fucking action stars. Like, you know, he was Mr. Olympia. So dudes just want to be jacked.
Hey bro, I wanna just say that I have been watching you since 2015 and I have been a big follower of yours. I am very happy to see where you are today and that your videos have helped me get through some really tough times, so thank you for everything you do.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad to hear that. I am going to come out with more like training vlogs soon. Gonna make a lot more lifting content and shit. Just chronicling my steroid use, diet, training, and how all that's going. And I am gonna make some more replies dunking on people like Paul being stupid. But thanks for the donation, Justin. Did you hear James Gunn is now directing a Deathstroke and Bane team-up movie? DC is now prioritizing it after Supergirl flopped. What did they think was going to happen?
I honestly miss the old YouTube so much, VG, sure. It had pretty much the opposite issue where they were way too tolerant to online hate speech and cyberbullying, but they were still better back then regardless.
And like, I mean, it didn't really change anything in that regard either. It's just that like it's just the people who got away with it changed, you know? Or like, again, you just end up like learning to use the right code words to skirt the system. Or people just like, rather than making a video, people just become uber toxic and then start doxing, you know, people they don't like, rather than just calling them like a faggot or something in a video. Then they'll just dox them. Like, it didn't change anything, and in some ways it made it more toxic. So, yeah, older YouTube is better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they thought was going to happen with Supergirl. Like, anybody could have fucking told them what they did with Supergirl was fucking stupid. They basically made her into some dumb bitch alcoholic fucking whore that nobody would like. And yeah. Really, really stupid. Deathstroke and Bane. That might maybe work. I wonder who they're going to cast as Bane and how they're going to do it. Like, I'm assuming it's going to be a lot different than the Nolan Bane. It's going to be, like, closer to the actual comic book Bane. I really like Bane. If they do his character accurately and get a good cast for it, that might be enjoyable, but... Yeah, I don't know who the fuck's making the dumbass, stupid decisions at DC, because the shit with Supergirl is just fucking baffling. Let's make her the most unlikable fucking chick imaginable. It's got to be some, like, dumb feminist fucking horse shit, you know? But yeah, it's weird. They're like, Hollywood's just great at making fucking slop at this point. I train legs just as much as every other body part.
It's just going to be seen as a bullshit non-fight that didn't even fucking happen. He had a moment on the mic afterwards where he said, brother, I think I had the guy weak at the knees, or something like that, and maybe that'll go somewhere and he'll get something from it, but as far as it was for nothing. You stupid Irish fuck! To be, best thing to do is to throw a head kick off of this leg that just gave out on me.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
really
next
weird.
best move to make in that situation. But here he is slamming kicks backstage. To be fair, he does look way slower. I know he's at welterweight now, but this little step that he did after this kick...
He does look like he had an issue with his right knee, kind of. He does seem more off balance. Like, the way he's throwing this kick, you can tell he's off balance.
But here he's wait now. And then after this kick...
Yeah, it's like he's not able to move this knee properly. Yeah, and then it makes him off balance. It's kind of like he's trying to protect this knee.
And then that little look that he gave the pad guy as well.
You ever get scared of getting swatted? That's happened to me before, but it was actually a cop that swatted me. Just some fucking dumb faggot in the Toronto police. I live out in the middle of nowhere at this point. Like, I don't think it's even possible to get swatted. There'd probably be, like, one cop that shows up here, and they're like... They'd probably be like, hey, we probably got a prank call. We're just checking up on you. Like, so yeah, I don't think anybody really can swat me at this point. Like, you know, who knows? But yeah, I'm not living in a big major city. It's literally in the middle of fucking nowhere where nothing like that happens. And, yeah, like maybe they could convince some like cop to show up at my door, but they'd probably think it's a prank.
Of concern. Watch him again when he throws this kick here, this second kick. You know? There might have been something there. And he's not trying to pull out, and he's not trying to delay it. But why fucking fight, dude? You ruined everything. This is like when TJ Dillashaw fought Alger. But at least we got a bit of a fight from that because it was his arm and it wasn't his leg. And then you've got this clip of Conor McGregor on the walkout as well. I'm going to remove the volume of this. On the walkout for Conor McGregor as well. Look at what happens when he's taking his shoes off here. And this might be nitpicking, but look.
See, people said, like, oh, he just lost balance when he took his shoes off. That doesn't make any sense, because he had his shoe off already. And rather than putting this leg down, he hopped on this leg. It's really weird.
I know that was his left leg, and his right leg was the one that got injured, but it just felt
Well, yeah, it was like he was trying to avoid putting weight on that leg. It's really strange.
fucking off from the start. Like, a disaster is about to strike in this main event. And you know what's annoying? I'm going to do an event recap video. The full card was cinema. It was a generational fight card. Nearly.
Yeah, the whole fight card was good. It's just that the McGregor fight was such a goose egg. Every other fight was amazing. It was great, but that was such a fucking horrible goose egg. That was the most all-time mega ultra letdown of all fucking time.
You say you're helping me, but I'm probably gonna fucking end up back in jail.
That's Justin Bone 3 days before he was arrested for allegedly killing 2 men in Edmonton's Chinatown. But Bone shouldn't have even been in the city. His bail conditions prohibited him from being in Edmonton unsupervised. An Edmonton courtroom watched a 49-minute video of Bone's...
My friend thought the fight was rigged and Connor took a dive or something. Your friend's fucking stupid. I hate having friends like that are like so fucking like conspiracy brained, like everything is like fake, everything's planned, everything's a dive. There was like some dumbass fucking dipshit in my chat like a couple years ago when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and then he was arguing it was fucking staged, they did it to get views. I'm like, I just banned that fucking retard. I hate it when people think that way, where just, again, everything's a fucking conspiracy or a scam or it's all planned.
Ride from Alberta Beach to West Edmonton in a police cruiser. It was the first time the video was shown to the public. In the video, Bone repeatedly tells the RCMP officer he's at risk of violating his conditions if dropped off without a plan.
So I'm not getting breached. I'm not doing nothing wrong. This is...
He clearly didn't fake an injury.
I don't want to be doing this. You guys are making me do this.
Bone had been staying at an approved friend's residence, but after a conflict at the home, RCMP were called and he was removed. The officer in the video tries calling the treatment facility Bone was on a wait list for and informs Edmonton police that Bone will be dropped at Edmonton. The 2022 killings of Ban Fu Kwang and Hung Trang sparked outrage about the release of incarcerated offenders into Edmonton's core. CBC showed the footage.
It's the Liberal government. They just love letting out criminals.
To an Alberta criminologist who says the video is disturbing and clearly shows both recognize that Bones should not be on his own in the city.
It did seem to me to have been a fairly serious professional oversight. A court order is not a suggestion.
The video was played as part of Bones' defense argument. In Bones' testimony earlier this week, he described experiencing hallucinations in the day leading up to his arrest and says he has no memory of the alleged attacks. The trial will resume again in August.
That's the Liberals for you. They literally let out violent fucking criminals who are going to murder people. And then they won't let you like buy any fucking guns. They try to ban all the fucking guns. And if you do own a gun legally and you use it to defend yourself against somebody like this, they charge you with a crime. I just can't fucking stand the Liberals. They're the most fucking scumbag pieces of fucking useless shit. Like what fucking country do people want to live in? Like even if you're a fucking asshole boomer and you only care about yourself, and like you just keep voting Liberal because they're the ones who keep jacking up the housing prices. Like, do you really want to live in a fucking country where they just let out criminals and then like if you try to defend yourself, you're the one who gets charged? That's where you want to live? Like, so many fucking Canadians are just so fucking stupid. But yeah, it's pretty much just the fucking dumbass boomers. We really need another round of COVID or something to take them all out. All right, well, it is late. My shoulder is really fucked up. The plan I had today was to train back, but I just couldn't. My shoulder's too messed up. I'm hoping tonight, like after a good night's rest, and I was stretching my shoulder a bit and everything, trying to get it like more normal. Hopefully it's good enough to just train back tomorrow, and then we'll do, you know, back bicep training stream. If not, then, you know, maybe we'll just do a game stream in the morning or some shit. But, yeah, I will be on tomorrow regardless. Really sucks too, because I want to play racing games, and I literally can't even lift my arm up like this to move the wheel. It's like, it's pretty bad. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Nighty-night.